Executive Director Radu, would you please call the roll?
Regent Bailing. Regent Bradley. Here. Regent Delgado. Regent Evers. Here. Regent Felbo.
Here.
Regent Farrow. Regent Hall. Here. Regent Harsey. Here. Regent Higgins.
Here.
Regent Manydeeds. Here. Regent Milner.
Here.
Regent Mueller. Here. Regent Peterson.
Here.
Regent Pruitt.
Here.
Regent Purath. Here. Regent Vasquez.
Here.
Regent Walsh. Regent Whitburn.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. The minutes from the April 10th and 11th Board of Regents meeting have been provided. May I have a motion to approve the minutes? Second? Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. For all of you that were at the Innovation Accelerator building last night, it was very, very impressive. Thank you, Mark. It was great. Your people did a fantastic job. I was commenting to some of the people that were helping out there, why do you have safety goggles on? And they said nobody could figure it out. It's the theme. But it was very good. I want to give you some search updates, very brief, on several of our ongoing searches. First, the Chancellor searches. We have good news. Last week it was announced that Robert Mayer, President of Wisconsin Indian Head Technical College, has been named the new and 7th Chancellor of UW-Stout to succeed Chancellor Charles Sorensen. Dr. Mayer, who led WITC since 2008, previously spent 25 years at UW-Stout in various roles, so this is somewhat of a homecoming. He holds a PhD in industrial engineering from the University of Minnesota and earned both his master's and baccalaureate degrees from UW-Stout. He will step into his new leadership post on August 16th. Earlier this week, we also announced that Gary Miller, the current Chancellor at University of North Carolina, Wilmington, will be the new and 6th Chancellor of UW Green Bay, succeeding Chancellor Tom Harden. In his time at UNC Wilmington, Dr. Miller spearheaded the university's focus on 3 core values: a commitment to the journey of learning, a deep love of place, and a dedication to the power of ideas and innovation to change lives. We think he'll be a great fit in Green Bay. He previously served as Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs and Research at Wichita State. He holds a PhD in Biological Sciences from Mississippi State University and a Master's degree and Bachelor of Science degree, both in Biology, from the College of William & Mary. Dr. Miller is set to start August 1st. I understand that one of his requirements to Ray was that Ray get him Packer tickets, to which I believe Dr. Cross responded, "You'll be in a better position to get me Packer tickets." As you know, we have some other searches going on as well. The Search and Screen Committee to identify the new chancellors at UW-Oshkosh and UW-Milwaukee and UW Colleges and Extension searches have now all been officially charged. Since our last meeting, UW-Oshkosh Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, Petra Roeder, has been appointed interim UW-Oshkosh Chancellor upon the retirement of Chancellor Rick Wells this summer. And the UW-Milwaukee, Mark Money, who has been a member of the faculty since 1989, has been named interim chancellor following the departure of Chancellor Mike Lovell. Mark has served for more than 15 years in the Lubar School of Business, Associate Dean for Executive Education and Business Engagement, and for the past 2 years has served as the Chancellor's designee for Strategic Planning and Campus Climate. So as we were all impressed on how familiar Mike became overnight with everything that's going on at UWM, we find out it was not overnight. So thanks, Mark, for doing this. And President Cross will update us on some other searches.
Later on.
Oh, boy, it's early. Okay, commencements. Speaking of changes, the close of the school year is also a time of big changes. For many, the ending marks the beginning of a great new adventure. I know that several of our regents, as well as President Cross, took part in commencement ceremonies all around the state. I myself had the privilege of participating in events at UW-Barron County and UW-Parkside. And Barron County and Parkside are always great. Parkside's always a great experience. Barron County was my first time, and they were thrilled to have a regent there. I think they told me that a regent has never attended their commencement ceremonies before. So there was 39 enthusiastic students, and it was, as always, as it is everywhere, a great day. You know, and we've all been to a lot of commencements over the years, and it's always inspiring to see the excitement and pride on the faces of the newly minted graduates and the relief on the parents' faces. It's a time where, at least for me, it reminds me of why we do this, and it's just a great day. We don't have final numbers yet, but we're expecting that around 20,000 students earn University of Wisconsin degrees this spring, and around 36,000 overall for the past academic year. That is really something to celebrate. On behalf of this board, congratulations to all the new degree holders and to all those who helped make this possible. And that concludes my report for today. I will now turn things over to President Cross.
Thank you, Regent President Felbo. Good morning, everyone. As President Felbo has already indicated, I've got some additional updates on searches. As mentioned yesterday, we'll be saying farewell to friends and colleagues at this meeting. One of those is Mark Nook, Senior Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs. Mark recently accepted a position as Chancellor at Montana State University in Billings. It's a real wonderful opportunity for Mark. We congratulate him, and we will be visiting you at times, Mark, so make sure the light is always on, okay? In related news, David J. Ward, CEO of North Star Consulting, a Madison-based economic consulting and research firm, he established in 2000, has agreed to step up and serve in Mark's role on an interim basis. David served in that position quite some time ago. He was recently named chair of the WISIS Technology Foundation. He has served at multiple UW system locations over his career. In fact, he served as senior vice president of the system from 1994 to 2000. He was interim chancellor at Green Bay from 08 to 09. His experience, expertise, and input will be valuable. And David will start in this new position effective June 18th. We'll launch a national search process to identify a permanent successor to Mark shortly thereafter. I'm also pleased to announce that just yesterday, Lori Stortz accepted our offer to serve as Chief Audit Executive. Lori is a CPA who most recently was a partner and Milwaukee office managing partner for McCladney. Prior to that, she spent 20 years with Deloitte & Touche as an auditor and then as a partner. She brings extensive experience as an auditor and has an impressive track record of building great customer-client relationships, important as she works with our campus internal auditors as well. We look forward to working with her. We have also been conducting a search for a vice president for finance for the UW system. Steve Wildeck is currently serving as our interim vice president. I think he did a wonderful job yesterday explaining our budget. Steve recently informed me that he is withdrawing his name from consideration for the permanent appointment to the position. He has graciously agreed to continue to serve until August to ensure continuity of our operations. We are continuing our search to find someone to fill this role. It will be difficult, I know, but we'll keep you posted. We have also been busy on other fronts. We've been spending a considerable amount of time in the Capitol, appearing before three major committees: the Joint Committee on Employment Relations, the Audit Committee, the Joint Audit Committee, and the Joint Committee on Finance. I think we can consider these meetings very successful. The committees approved our UPS, University Personnel Systems, proposal, approved the recommended provost compensation ranges, and approved the methodology and policy on our fund balances. All in all, these should be considered positive outcomes and a reaffirmation that we can and do work with the legislature. Later this month, President Felbo and I will be visiting our Washington, D.C. delegation, accompanied by Chris Andrews, our Associate Vice President for Federal and Corporate Relations. While there, we plan to discuss the federal priorities for higher education and what the UW system should be doing or doing more of to better serve our students and the state. We also expect to discuss issues such as the upcoming reauthorization of the Higher Education Act, Title IX compliance, a challenging issue, something we're working hard on, the Department of Education's proposed college rating system and the ramifications of that, and the program integrity negotiated rulemaking activities. It seems like everything in Washington either has an acronym or a weird name. We look forward to some productive conversations, and we'll report back on what we hear. Now for some news from around the system. At this time, I'd like to share a few key events and activities that have happened around the system. And I know it's a little tight this morning, so I'm going to mention only a few, and I apologize to many of our campuses who've done so many wonderful things. I encourage you to look at the full report online, so I'm just going to highlight a few. I'm going to start with something quite remarkable, at least for an old sports fan. Just last week, the UW Whitewater baseball team defeated Emory to win the NCAA Division I College World Series. That's a pretty big deal in and of itself, but when you combine it with all of the other events, you begin to think there's something in the water at Whitewater. It also completed an almost unprecedented triple crown in college sports. This past year, UW-Whitewater made NCAA history by claiming the national championship in football, men's basketball, and baseball all in 1 year. It's no surprise this is attracting major attention, but there are several other things that we did not mention there. The women's basketball team made it to the Final Four. I believe the gymnasts won as well. And I believe the wheelchair team, both men and women, won. Is that right? Goodness sakes. Makes me wonder if we should be asking the NCAA to investigate what's going on As noted in the Wisconsin State Journal this past Sunday, the Warhawks were #1 on ESPN's SportsCenter's top 10 plays of the day. Deservedly so. They've also been featured in the New York Times, but it's no wonder that Chancellor Telfer has a serious case of purple pride this week. We can forgive him just this once, Dick, just this once. In other news, a California nonprofit has ranked UW-Stevens Point and UW-Eau Claire among the top 50 schools in the nation in its outcome-based college rankings index. If you think about outcomes and how they would rank that, that's really an important ranking. The Educate to Career Index analyses the data for more than 1,200, analyzes data for more than 1,200 colleges, representing 94% of all students enrolled in four-year colleges. The index empirically determines the economic value added by each college, analyzing the quality of students when they enter a given college, the total costs related to attending the college, and the outcomes of the students when they enter the labor market. As the founder of ETC explains, young people are entitled to reliable facts when they're making decisions about which college to attend. For the record, UW-Stevens Point ranked 34 and UW-Eau Claire ranked 47th. Well done. Now I'd like to call your attention to a young woman from right here at UW-Milwaukee. This is Student Spotlight. We're going to take a minute to spotlight a student. Olivia Collins, come on up, Olivia, is a junior majoring in social work and psychology. She is a Lawton scholar. While many of her friends and her colleagues have left campus for the summer, Olivia opted to stay here. Come right on up, Olivia. Olivia opted to stay here and is working in the Student Success Center. I met her for the first time this morning. I think, like me, you're going to say this is an impressive young lady. Mentoring is one of her big passions, And I believe she's going to tell us a bit more about that. Please join me in welcoming Olivia Collins. Olivia?
Okay, there. So first I just want to say thank you for having me here. I'm a little nervous. Last time I gave a speech, it was 3,000 freshmen, and I had worked with all of them individually, so this is a lot different. But, so a little bit about myself. I'm actually not from Wisconsin. I'm from Arkansas, Little Rock, and I moved to Wisconsin in 7th grade, and I went to Memorial High School, which was a phenomenal high school, and a lot like the people there, I thought I was going to go to UW-Madison until about my junior year, and then that's when I started to search for a different school. And in searching for a different school, I found UWM, and I came here, and the atmosphere and the diversity on the campus and the people here were just amazing. The smiles, meeting just so many people, I think, is one of the biggest things for why I chose UWM. And a perfect example of that, I wrote this speech a couple days ago, and I was like, what can I say for why I chose UWM? And then yesterday I was biking home, and there happened to be a staff here at UWM who stopped in the middle of Oakland to watch a turkey cross the street to make sure it got somewhere safe. And we're standing there, and he goes on to tell me how he's actually a faculty here on campus, and I was like, this is why I chose UWM. I don't think any campus anywhere else would have stopped to just make sure a turkey got somewhere safe. And I just thought it was the funniest thing ever. I'm like, oh, we're standing here to make sure this turkey gets somewhere safe. Like, this is so cool. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons I chose UWM. As Ray mentioned, I'm a social work major here and a minor in psychology, but I'm actually planning on going to grad school for higher education. Here on campus, I am actually a tutor, an orientation leader, and right now I'm serving as an intern under Brian. And I think one of the biggest things I do here on campus that I love is being a Latin Scholar mentor, which Latin Scholar is a new program. It's for minorities, and we pretty much get to tutor each other. They choose some of the higher achievers of us, which I would say I'm a high achiever, and we pretty much peer-to-peer mentor and help each other. We get together and talk about some of the difficulties we go through and just being that person for each other to talk to about things that are hard and things that are easy and just getting through our lives here on campus. I think some of the most important things that I talk to my mentees about, or just we talk to each other about, is remembering why we're here. Because I know when I first got here, it was really hard to, it was easy to transition, but it was hard to be, let's see, what am I looking for here? It was hard to be focused. You are here and you have a family that's somewhere else in a completely different state, and you have all the things that happen there, and then you have all the things that happen here, and you have to find this perfect in-between balance of how do I focus on myself, keep good grades, and still handle all of that. And I think the biggest part for me was just constantly talking to myself about, well, you came here so you can do better and be a better person every day. And I think that's what I tell the people that I work with now, is to envision what you want to do in the next couple of years. Remember the decisions you made when you first walk across that stage and you're like, I know I'm going to go to college, regardless of what college it's going to be. And asking the people I work with those questions and letting them critically think about the decisions they've made and why they made those decisions to come to UWM, and just being positive about it, those are the things that make a difference to me, and I think those are the reasons I make a difference to them. If there was some things I would like to see on campus, and not just UWM's campus, just all over campus, would be more mentoring programs like the one I have, because I know there's lots of students here at UWM who don't have mentors. I know the freshmen get mentors, and my program gets mentors, but not everyone on campus gets to have that support system. And I think rather we expand the program or make it smaller and just give this number of people a set number of mentees. I think just having those role models who aren't even just role models that are just friends to you, that you can talk to about the little things, such as where's the boys' locker room at Klachi, or where's the LGBT center, just a number of things. Just having those people that you can talk to and ask the little things or the big things and be positive and talk to them about, I think that's one of the biggest impacts I would like to see all over UWM campuses. Some of the goals I have, I think the biggest goals for me is to learn something new every day. And I think working at admissions and working with Jeff Meese and being here today I just felt like I've learned so much, and I've only been here since 8 o'clock. So I think that's one of the hugest goals for me, is just serving the community, regardless of what community it is, and learning something different every day. And that's it for me.
Sometimes when we gather together like this, we work on the business of the university and we forget about why we're here. And I think it's always important for us to pause for a minute and hear from students. And it really enlightens us as to, that's why I'm here. Yesterday when Mark was playing the story about the little girl with the hand, and boy, yeah, that's why we're in higher education. It just reinvigorates you. And when I hear people like Olivia talk about the changes in their life, the goals, learning every day, yeah, that's why we're here, Olivia, because of you. Thanks. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Rick. Olivia, I know you're going to be a great role model and a great mentor, too, in the future. So thank you for doing that. If you recognize that already, you're 90% of the way there. But learning something every day, I think sometimes on the Board of Regents, from our system leaders, we might want a day without learning something new. Yeah. So maybe someday. I will call upon Regent Higgins to present the report of actions taken by the Research, Economic Development, and Innovation Committee.
Thank you, President Falbo. BrightStar founder and CEO Tom Shannon and Executive Vice President Lori Heineman gave a joint presentation on their innovative approach to raising funds to support entrepreneurship and business formation in Wisconsin. They provided an overview of BrightStar's innovative approach to funding, highlighting its initial 6 investments, and discussed how the organization might partner with the UW system to encourage and support increased funding of early-stage, job-creating companies that are affiliated with the university. WEDC Secretary and CEO Reed Hall, along with WEDC Vice President of Entrepreneurship and Innovation Lisa Johnson, provided an update on partnership activities with the UW system. Their presentation focused on current programs like the first round of grant recipients funded through the UW system WEDC match grant program called Idea Advance, which is administered by UW Extension. Chris Andrews then discussed an all-campus undergraduate research and discovery grant initiative and a Regent Scholar program to help provide recognition and funding for outstanding faculty researchers. President Cross proposed that one-time funds from system-wide balances be used to start this initiative. The Ready Committee considered and unanimously adopted Resolution 1.4.D. There were 3 interconnected presentations to the Ready Committee that highlighted economic development and research activities at UW-Milwaukee and in the region. Interim Chancellor Mark Money briefly discussed UWM research activities in the past year, including partnerships with business and status report on our work with the incentive grant awards we received. David Gilbert, president of the UWM Foundation, reported on this spring's opening of the UWM Innovation Campus Research Park in Wauwatosa. Brian Thompson, president of the UWM Research Foundation, gave an update on UWM's growing portfolio of patents and disclosures and the continuing effort to launch new companies and build our partnerships with existing businesses. Laura Strigens, Associate Director of Campus Planning at UW-Milwaukee, concluded by providing a brief overview of planned projects and buildings at the UWM Innovation Campus Research Park. And that concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now call upon Regent Higgins to present the report of actions taken by the Business and Finance Committee.
I don't think so.
Oh, wait a minute. I did something wrong. Oh, you have a resolution that you...
Oh, do I need to, I'm sorry.
Would you move your resolution?
I did not move my resolution. I'm sorry about that, which means that I have to read the resolution, which I don't have here. Okay, I'm sorry. I'd like to have a motion to adopt Resolution 1.4.d, which creates a undergraduate research and discovery grant initiative and a Regent Scholar program.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Regent Higgins.
Thanks for...
Regent Whitburn, will you bail the two of us out here?
Thank you. The Business and Finance Committee took action on 2 institutional contracts and a resolution on the program revenue balances policy. First, the committee approved a 7-year contract between UW-La Crosse and the Gillette Pepsi Cola distributorship in La Crosse for the exclusive soft drink pouring and vending rights. The total value of this contract is just over $1.3 million over a 7-year period if the contract stays in place through the duration of this relationship. The committee also approved a very interesting 3-year collaborative training agreement between UW-Madison and the Nestle organization's Chinese subsidiary. The relationship will be around the coordination of a collaborative science-based curriculum and assist the Chinese with training and evaluating a dairy farming institute in China. The university is expected to receive approximately $1.7 million over the 3-year term of the contract. The department, by the way, is working with Nestle to develop internship opportunities for UW-Madison students. This would be external and separate from the contract. This is our first relationship of this type with Nestle's. The committee approved a resolution formally adopting the legislatively mandated changes to the program revenue balances policy adopted by the Board of Regents in its April 2014 meeting. The Legislature's Joint Committee on Finance directed significant changes which, among other things, included eliminating the minimum balance of 10% for total fiscal year expenditures for tuition and auxiliary operations, reducing the upper reporting threshold from the 15% that we had established, bringing it down to 12%, requiring the UW system to develop and submit an annual plan for the entire carry-forward balance held in UW system-wide, and directing the Board of Regents to report to both the Committees on Finance and the Joint Audit Committee on program revenue balances annually on or before October 15th. I did note in the committee meeting, and I'll remind us here, that we have only 19 weeks until this report is due to the Joint Committee on Finance and the Joint Committee on Audit. Senior Vice President Miller discussed a project-based approach that will be used to complete these reports, including a project manager and team with hard deadlines and specific deliverables. There are 86 funds that must be reviewed, audited, and documented. And then, of course, the Regents will need to stamp this. We will need to formally approve and submit these reports to the legislature. In addition, the committee received briefings on a number of important items, including the third quarter report, third quarter in the fiscal year, I should say, as to gifts, grants, and contracts. In those buckets, $1.1 billion has come in, a decrease of $3.5 million compared to the prior year. Our interim Vice President for Finance, Steve Wildeck, provided us with a very positive update around the continuing implementation of our HRS system, as well as the payroll and benefits processing pieces associated with it. As you'll recall, earlier this year, the LAB recommended a series of required reports regarding HRS that we now have to submit to the Joint Audit Committee by July 1st. And I'd ask you, Steve, to make sure that members of the board receive copies of that submission. It'll come from President Cross, presumably, but I think the board members are all interested in seeing that. Interim Vice President Wildick provided an update on the steps that have been taken to address the material weaknesses that we've had in and around this system in the eyes of LAB for the last several years. You'll recall that we have retained PricewaterhouseCoopers to provide an independent external review of the audit findings to ensure that the material weakness is being addressed. Their work will be completed this next week, and again, the committee has asked the staff to communicate with me and members of our committee. Our expectation that we will now be clear of the material weakness, in our view, by the end of this month. I think it'll be important, David, that if that's not the case, that we keep the board up to speed. You'll recall in our meeting in December when we received this report, staff indicated that we would have this in the done pile through by June. It is June, and we're optimistic that we've been successful. I provided an update on progress in addressing the goals of the Business and Finance Committee. We're going to talk about that in a couple of minutes. I will mention that Senior Vice President Miller led a discussion on one of our goals, that of facilitating an external review of potential efficiencies on the campuses and system-wide. At our August meeting, the committee will hear from 2 institutions that have conducted efficiency and effectiveness studies. On behalf of the committee, I would move Resolution 12A, 12B, 12C, and Resolution 12E.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Regent Whitburn. I will call upon Regent Manydeeds to present the report of actions taken by the Capital Planning and Budget Committee.
Should we keep talking at the same time?
No,
might be better. Thank you. The Capital Planning and Budget Committee unanimously approved the minutes of the April meeting, and then we heard a very interesting presentation by our host campus on building an engaged top-tier research university. We then got right to work on our resolutions. Resolution 1.3C is from the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse, requesting authority to construct the West Campus chilled water plant. This is needed to augment the capacity of the existing chilled water system, and in addition to that, by good planning, has additional space to accommodate a third chiller for future use. Resolution 1.3D is by UW-Platteville. This is requesting approval to accept and gift in kind from the UW-Platteville Foundation of 30 acres of land with improvements of a swine center, a facility, and a criminal justice house. This has a value of $1.3 million. The next resolution was 1.3E, brought by UW-Stevens Point, requesting authority to purchase an old hotel so they could run it for their fraternity games. No, I'm sorry, that's not right. The property does have an old hotel on it, but it's going to be knocked down because they don't want to rent it anymore. It's in such poor condition. So the campus is going to purchase it from those lucky owners and turn it into parking facilities, which are much needed on that campus. The cost of the purchases is $606,000, $750,000. Resolution 1.3F. These are system request for authority to construct various classroom renovation and industrial technological improvement projects at an estimated total cost of $14.4 million. These are needed to equip 32 classrooms on 14 campuses. The improvements include equipment such as video data projectors, document cameras, multimedia computers, video player recorders. You get the picture. They're updating all the technology. Resolution 1.3G is brought by UW System requesting authority to construct various maintenance and repair projects, estimated cost of $5 million, that include parking ramp maintenance, roof repairs, and utility improvements. After hearing all the presentations and asking all the questions that we had, which were fully answered, we approved all of those resolutions. We then had a second half presentation by system architects Chris Goosling and Jeff Kozlowski, telling us what happens after the committee and this body approved these resolutions, what they do in presenting it and working with the state and in trying to get these projects on track. And it was very interesting and very informative, the timing of those things and how they went about doing their job. We also had a report from Alex Rowe regarding the April Building Commission actions. And that's the end of my report. I would ask that this body approve resolutions 1.3C, D, E, F, and G.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Regent Bradley, actions taken by the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. You all received the written report of the Education Committee from Jane last night. We heard a very interesting presentation from Provost Johannes Britz and Interim Vice Provost for Research Mark Harris regarding the research agenda for UW-Milwaukee that Regent Menedietz just referred to. They call it the Research University Thematic Team, and the presentation talked about how members of that team, and there are quite a few of them, they work very hard, showed that research excellence is a critical component of the UWM's strategic plan, not only for the success of their students, but also for the economic success of the Southeast Wisconsin region. Mark Nook gave us an overview of the dual enrollment program and its course options, how it was enacted as part of last year's biennial budget. And this program, as you can recall, allows Wisconsin high school students to take UW classes which are taught by qualified teachers at their schools for free. President Cross had announced on May 23rd that UW System would pay for the tuition of participating high school students for the 2014-2015 school year from our UW System balances. There was some discussion among committee members about the temporary nature of that funding, and committee members encouraged system administration to work on sustainable funding for that service. The results of the engineering education demand study are due in August and will help system to assess the market need and appropriate locations for additional engineering programs. A recent Dear Colleague letter from the Department of Education on Title IX dealing with issues of sexual harassment and discrimination requires some changes to the Wisconsin Administrative Code, particularly Chapter 17, and the committee will be reviewing those proposed changes during the next year. We heard a report on the remediation working group which prompted some discussion on how to make progress on retaining more students who enter the UW system who have a need for developmental instruction. The ultimate goal is to get more students to graduate, of course, through active intervention on campuses and exchange of information with school districts and the Department of Public Instruction. This was just a report. There wasn't an action item. We also thanked Mark Nook for his dedicated service and work in preparation for all of our Education Committee meetings during his tenure as Senior Vice President. And we all agreed that the students in Montana will now benefit the same way the students in Wisconsin have benefited from Mark's dedication and leadership. I'll now turn to our action items. we approved the minutes of our February 10 meeting along with the following resolutions as part of our consent agenda. Resolution 11A2, approving an adjusted request in the amount of almost $8 million to the trustees of the William F. Vilas Trust Estate for UW-Madison. We had dealt with that at our last meeting, but surprisingly, there's more money in the trust. So there's a request for additional funds and how those would be distributed at UW-Madison. And then Resolution 11A3, approving the Vilas Trust proffer for UW-Milwaukee in the amount of almost $121,000. And Resolution 11A4, approving promotions, tenure designations, and related academic items. I'd like to again publicly thank the trustees of the Vilas Trust. It's just an amazing source of funds that are put to good use by both UW-Madison and UW-Milwaukee. As part of the full agenda, the committee unanimously approved 4 resolutions, which I will move for approval by this board. Resolution 11B, approving the revised mission statement for UW-Platteville. Resolution 11C, approving an addendum to the UW-La Crosse mission. Resolution 11D, approving the Universal Credit Transfer Agreement between the University of Wisconsin System and the Wisconsin Technical College System. And Resolution 11F, approving the revisions to Regent Policy Document 7-1, which was made necessary by approval of the Universal Credit Transfer Agreement. So if there's a second, that's my motion.
Second. Any discussion? Yes.
On 11D, the 30 credit universal transfer, I have to tell you that just from my vantage point, I think everybody around the table, I know we were compelled to do it, but the work that was done to make this happen was just outstanding. It's going to impact, it's a great day for the kids of Wisconsin, all students in Wisconsin, and I just want to thank all the people that worked on it. Actually, it reminds me of Regent Farrell when you had the SAVE committee many years ago in your former life. Yeah, I do remember that. And where autonomy is very important, but seamlessness is a real virtue, and we've reached that point in this area. So, thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to echo those comments. As president of the Tech College System Board, this has been a long time coming. As you know, this afternoon, you, in your role as president, and President Cross, WTCS President Foy, and I will do a press conference to celebrate this accomplishment. It's something that we need to do to make college more affordable for our students, and I'm thrilled as Secretary DPI Secretary Evers is that we've had such good commitment from our colleges, both 2 and 4 year. I also wanted to make a comment. I was indulged yesterday by President Bradley to make a couple comments on the remedial education piece of the agenda. Again, it was a report from us. A tremendous amount of hard work has gone into that, really to modernize the developmental education program that we're responsible for administering as Regents. We've changed some of the nomenclature, which I think is appropriate given the time and century that we operate in, and we've addressed a bunch of the Regent policy directives and modernized them. The concern that I had expressed as a Regent, when you address the general public, this is a crucial problem that we face, the expense and the lack of preparedness for college. And I think more can be done. The report suggests that a council be formed. That may be an appropriate step. But I think this is such an acute need. As Regents, we really need to double down on the notion of how we're going to identify milestones that help us improve our students as they head to school. I think the report isn't quite complete as it relates to that regard. Just a comment.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
I do have a comment about the report on remedial education. And I guess mine are antithetical to Regent Peterson's. I read the report with increasing concern at the direction that this committee had taken. it seems to me that what the committee is proposing essentially puts us in a position of inviting students who have remedial needs into a system that traps them into taking courses when for a significant number of them there is no chance of them graduating, putting them in the worst possible position of having taken out grants and loans to pay for their education that they don't accomplish. This is, of all the spectrum of educational outcomes, this is absolutely the worst. And, you know, I look at examples of things like, let's see, where is number 7 under the Student Success and Development of Education Programs. Support the creation of policies that provide academic support for students who place in developmental courses, especially for those students whose overall placement scores indicate a need for support that goes beyond the developmental math and English courses. Why are we admitting students like this to our institutions? You know, remedial means remedial, and I think this change in the nomenclature from remedial to developmental is, maybe it's politically correct, but it certainly isn't correct according to our dictionaries. A dictionary definition of remedial is you're fixing a problem. That's not what the definition of developmental is. Developmental applies to children. These are adults. In many cases, we're talking about adults who are non-traditional students. And what we're remedying is the fact that they may have been out of school for 2 or 3 years, and someplace in the, learning how to fill out a 1040 EZ form, they forgot the difference between an ordinate and an abscissa. Well, that's a vital mathematical concept you got to learn, but sometimes you're not going to remember it. So that's remedial education. Remedial education also applies to students who come out of high school without the basic skills necessary to succeed at a college level. And if those basic skills include not only deficiencies in math and English, as outlined here under number 7, why would these students be essentially drawn into our university system with so little chance of success? I point out some information that we received at a prior meeting when we talked about this. First, about 25% of the students who matriculate in our universities need remedial education. Most of them are mathematics. Second, the fact is that if a student completes, meaning passes, remedial courses within the first 30 credits, he or she has about the same chance of success in graduation as students who don't need remediation. And that's wonderful. The problem is that only about 25% of the students who take remedial courses actually pass them. So what we're doing with this kind of an attitude about remedial education is trying to get students into our system, because that way we get Pell Grant money and loan money and all this other kind of stuff, and then essentially setting them up to fail. And for that reason, I would not accept this report. I would not like to see any further action on this report. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a better approach to remedial education that will actually be realistic about not only the academic but the financial situations of the students that we are dealing with on a daily basis.
Regent Carroll.
Mr. President, may I comment?
Sure.
I hope that we don't read the report and that we don't send a message to the state of Wisconsin that the Board of Regents have now watered down university education in the state of Wisconsin, and that we have lowered our academic standards for acceptance. I hope that that's not the message that we are giving. I did not read anything in that report that even remotely implied we no longer have standards, we no longer have criteria, come one and come all. I, for one, am not necessarily, as much as I am very much for the need to educate, as the vast majority of our citizenry, I also am not one that says that university education is an entitlement regardless of whether you can or you cannot. I don't think that this report is in any way implying that. As I read the report, it was clearly saying we need to very early identify individuals that meet the criteria for acceptance into university education. It is not solely, at least I haven't been told, that our sole criteria for education is how well do you do in reading and math. Done. And it doesn't matter what else you bring to the table. Not everybody also, and the way that the report was written, it is intended to help students that do have a problem with that. But they need to fulfill all the other educational requirements. I don't expect the engineering, the sciences, the law school, all those programs to say, well, you're a poor reader, well, you know what, we'll do that. I think what the university is trying to do here is the early identification, and let's work with those students. Yesterday, at yesterday's committee meeting, I made it very clear we absolutely need to track what we're doing, because if we don't track what is happening and students are not graduating, then exactly as Regent Higgins is stating, we've done a disservice to them as well as to financially and academically. So I believe, and I was told, that we will be implementing rigorous tracking procedures to determine if this is actually happening, if we are really helping them. As I mentioned yesterday, at the end of the day, for university education, there is only one successful outcome, and that is, do you have your diploma, yes or not? And it doesn't matter how much help you got, it doesn't matter how many years you spent. If you don't have your diploma, who cares? And I think that this program hopefully is going to better track what we're doing, and hopefully, maybe for some individuals, it is going to be an earlier way of helping them understand that maybe university education is not for them and help them out. But again, I absolutely want to make clear that I don't believe that by strengthening this program, and I think we can discuss later on whether it's remedial, developmental, but by strengthening this program, we are not watering down admissions requirements. We are not just simply saying anybody and everybody come into the UW system, but that we're really trying to help students that have met the entrance requirements. The other thing also that's in that report is clearly that that school, what is the college readiness? What does that really mean? And the need for all campuses to have that understanding. And it was discussed in a manner that the superintendent, fellow regent, is looking forward to some ongoing dialogue so that there is, and it was mentioned that there was a DPI representative on the committee that is going to be working with the universities so that the secondary schools understand this better understanding of ours of what it is to be college ready. So I hope that we don't view this as we are just simply giving up and we're just raising our hands saying let anybody and everybody come in. I just believe that this is a good program that will do better tracking, earlier identification, better communication with secondary schools as to what are really the academic requirements. So I do ask that Regents support this initiative moving forward.
Thank you. Regent Farrell and then Regent Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess when we were told this was going to happen, I expressed real concern because I felt that we were dealing with the end product and having to adjust at the university level what wasn't being fulfilled at the K-12 level. Some of you might remember, not without some real sincere belief, said perhaps the bill, because they asked, do the students have to pay full tuition for those remedial courses? And I was told, oh, yes, they do. And they don't get any credit for it. I felt that those bills should be sent back to the K-12 districts from which they came, which did not prepare them. I know someone who thought he got out of high school with, a trigonometry. Hit engineering school and didn't have a prayer. But he thought he had trigonometry somewhere in the mix of his courses, in the definitions, not clearly just a trigonometry course. So I said this should be a discussion with K-12. And I was assured 2 people were going to be on this large group. And I am grateful. I want to make sure no one thinks of this group. I'm hitting you with this was a great effort that they put in. I never saw so much work done so quickly since I've been on this board, quite frankly. And I scrutinized the report carefully, and my understanding is it's before us for information, but when I read it, it asks the regents to approve, set up, approve. When? I don't want this to go down the stream without it being adjusted, because my personal feeling is I didn't think we were watering things down. I didn't see it that way at all. I thought we were building another empire within the university system that we can't afford, students can't afford, and takes us away from our end game of them getting degree credit, building toward that degree, and ultimately their life, their employable life afterwards. So I feel we should continue this effort, but in a different direction and with a different composition of who's at the table. I agree that I think, Superintendent Evers, I think you and many of your colleagues, the only person on here didn't have anything to do with assessment. It was from DPI and Career and Technical Education. Well, we are getting to the answer of that at long last. That's perhaps where these students should be going. Our 2-year colleges and our technical schools, now with stronger and stronger credit articulation, have great programs of this type. I know WCTC in my backyard has some of the terrific developmental, bringing non-traditional students that Regent Higgins was referring to back into the academic area. And what troubles me is we've got these 45% of these kids coming to all but Madison, to the door, having to take these courses, and they don't find it out till they take their placement test. I think that test ought to be given it right now to simplify things at the beginning of their senior year in high school, and have a rude awakening there while they still have time perhaps to get or relearn, if they had it the first time and didn't quite get it, what they should be knowing, instead of as they step into the university doors. The other concern I have tied with this is at the very time we're doing this, and I just would hate to see all this human effort go into what is proposed here without the inclusion of K-12 in the discussion at the table, and perhaps even some parents or recent graduates who've had some experience with this. The other thing I'm concerned about is we're telling our high schools, oh, and you can teach or get your students in a preparation to take college credit courses while they're still in the K-12 system. We're reaching down into the high schools that are having trouble getting a whole bunch of these kids out properly prepared and giving them the ability. I always thought I can't remember the name now, what was just loused up in the last budget and has to be readdressed. What is it? The options, the credit options that they could take at universities in their area. We're kind of beginning to do things at both ends of the high school's experience that I think are not to the advantage of the students, the parents, the taxpayers, the university system. I mean, this is nothing negative against our system. I'm trying to help our system better serve those students, and I don't think this is the answer. So I am grateful it's not here. I spoke with Chancellor Bradley yesterday because if he could see how I marked my reading up, that it was for information. Now I realized that, but he knew I had this very sincere concern and expressed it when this committee was formed. And I guess, I don't know, Superintendent Evers, I should say Chancellor Superintendent Evers, if you can tell me why I'm wrong on K-12, I'd love to have that discussion. But I just don't think this is the way to find the answer to getting these kids in and through the university with success. So I'm glad we're not acting, but I don't want this to go on. I don't want to have it here in August for action because a whole bunch of people took an awful lot of energy and time to keep running this down a path that I don't think it should go down. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you. Regent Whitburn, please.
A couple of observations and a suggestion. You'll recall in the extensive report we received from Senior Vice President Nook a number of months ago that we heard of studies and recommendations over an extended period of time largely forgotten about and not implemented. And I, for one, found that very, very troubling. Secondly, we heard in those reports that we have a hodgepodge of values with regard to remedial education out across the campuses. And I found that very troubling. What I find troubling in the current report that's before us is no sense of urgency. 5 years to implement, which I think is not appropriate. If we have a cracked, unsettled, inconsistent remedial education values and implementation across the system, we ought to roll up our sleeves, get to it, and get it done. And so I would encourage President Cross and Regent Bradley and the committee, certainly the superintendent, to come together and to add, really for the first time, some urgency with regard to implementing changes that I think most people understand need to be done.
Okay. Thank you. Here's how I'd like to proceed. We'll go to Regent Vasquez, but then I'd like to ask if any of the chancellors or provosts would like to make any comments, and then I'd like President Cross to maybe recap, because obviously it's not going to stop here today with this discussion. So we're getting some momentum of how we're going to move forward.
I think this is very helpful discussion. I appreciate Regent Higgins for expressing his comments, and I think this is the kind of healthy discussion and dialogue we should have at Regent meetings, so I'm very appreciative of that. And also, Regent Farrell, you're absolutely right. This is but a report, and we will be receiving policy changes, and that's going to give us, as regents, that opportunity to have more in-depth discussion as we move forward. I'm absolutely in agreement also with Regent Whitburn that we should be putting a little bit of fire under this and get going on this. But one of the things that I feel that I need to mention, and I mentioned a little bit about this yesterday to somebody, and that is, the concept of university education is so evolving around us. And I use the example exactly as you said, Regent Farrell. Now we're talking about dual enrollment, and now this whole concept of the universal transfer of credits. And I think that this discussion is not also just about those incoming freshmen from the high schools. Part of our whole desire to grow and increase the number of degree people in the state of Wisconsin is dependent on a significant number of adults that have graduated from high school years ago, that is dependent on a significant number of people that came to the university and left without graduating. So it's not just the discussion. That with the superintendent is one thing, but we got a whole bunch of people that if we're going to meet our system-wide goals for the number of degrees, we got a whole bunch of adults out there that high school was decades ago, that came to the university, somehow qualified, left without being necessarily kicked out, and are entitled to come back, that we're going to have to address. So this is a tremendous program that we really need to make sure it is strong, and it is, and I agree with Regent Whitburn, we absolutely need to get this one going quickly. So enough from me.
Well, at the risk of talking ahead of time, given that this is my first meeting, let me address this issue very briefly. I have spoken to Ray Cross about this. This is one of the major concerns that I think I have. My perspective as an employer, when I realize that a certain percentage of our young people are unable to act and learn as a result of high school. I'm going to support what Regent Farrow, I'm sorry for downloading you. Regent Farrow has said. My impression is that we have to stress this, that the resources of this university should be engaged and committed to addressing this, which is one of the major issues in our state. There's no doubt about it. And I know the superintendent and I talked about it a little bit yesterday. But the fact is that where we apply those resources is very important. They should be applied where the university is most effective. And bringing into the university level folks who are not prepared to do so is extremely frustrating. I have dealt with it, okay? And people suffer a lot when they try to come into an environment in which they cannot function. There are much lower cost, better environments, basically high school, or even intermediate for those who have been out of high school for a long time. There is the technical college. There's a whole variety of other environments which are much better for people to pick up the skills that they don't have. Absolutely, the most important place is K-12. And I think this university has to engage itself with a goal that this issue statewide is eliminated within a certain amount of time. I'm not talking about 30 years. Okay? Too important for the state and for the country for us to ignore it. And I know there are many difficulties at the political level, and many difficulties, and we can always think of money, but there are very few problems that have to do with education, which is the business of this institution, that are as important to the state as this one is. And I don't think I'm exaggerating.
Thank you. Regent Milner.
A lot of good things have been said, and I'd like to just make a few comments because I too have read through the report and I have some concerns. First of all, I'd like to say that yes, it is true that students bring many qualities to the university, but in an advanced setting, unless you could adequately read and do math, you cannot succeed, and we should be concerned about that. Number two, adults who are returning anticipate the need for remedial. They understand that. I was a returning adult. I anticipated that I needed remedial work in calculus, and I got it. But I anticipated it. When my son went to school, he expected to move into the calculus and understand it because he had it in high school. Our concern needs to be students who are coming into college and are surprised that they don't have the skills necessary to succeed. And that lends itself to Regent Farrell's concern about the inclusion of the K-12 in anything that we're doing here. The other thing that I think we as regents need to consider is the broad spectrum that we represent. We represent 2 research universities, we represent comprehensives, and we represent 13 very qualified 2-year campuses. It's part of our job to understand the complexity of that system and how that can help with this and assist this problem and how we can assist the students in the state. There's an urgency in this, but also I've got concerns about the layer of bureaucracy that I read within this report. So I would hope that we would consider how we can go back and perhaps recraft this report. Good work has gone into it, important work has gone into it, so we have a basis. But have that report then reflect the urgency that was suggested and the inclusion of K through 12 that was suggested.
Thank you. I'm sorry. May I speak for a minute?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just want to allay any fears that there isn't a sense of urgency on our part around this issue. And to be honest with you, all the reform efforts we're working on now are connected directly to higher education. So there above and beyond this committee, there's significant work to it. We're developing new programs to find the best ways to evaluate our teachers, and as it relates to student performance, higher ed is involved with that. Better new school accountability systems, higher education is involved with that. We're developing an early warning system so that by 6th grade, They will have the data from the state level. Certainly, local districts have data at an earlier level to intervene. We're mandating that every student, as early as 6th grade, will be developing academic and career plans. That's in conjunction with higher education. And we'll be instituting new tests through ACT at the 9th and 10th and 11th grade level that will give us data points to turn around the trajectory of students. And also we're working closely with higher education around more rigorous teacher preparation standards. All of these things, every single one of them, has involvement of higher education and is geared to closing the achievement gap. We have been at the table. We'll continue to be at the table. But I just want to make sure that we all have just a common basis of understanding of where our urgency lies.
I'll be back.
Okay. Thank you, President Falbo. And Regent Milner, thanks for the entree to talk about colleges. And our mission, as just a reminder, is the on-ramp really for students coming into the UW system and graduating from other UW institutions. The issue of remediation is a big one for colleges because of our mission. And you know, in many ways, the issue of who is in the on-ramp is a much broader set of the population now. We heard from Molly Broad last year that up to 85% of people seeking higher ed are in the non-traditional category, to Regent Vasquez's point earlier. 85%. So it's returning adults, part-time, et cetera. At colleges, the idea is that there is a floor, right? There are students who are not admissible, but reaching that floor, then wherever students are, we bring them to a point where they are successful transfer students, and our students coming through colleges are successfully transferring to your institutions. So we've learned a lot about that process, and there's a lot of good practice that could be expanded. The last point I want to make is to Regent Farrell's comment about when the placement test could be taken. What we found is that, in fact, in the UW Flex option portion of the associate's degree, if you provide the placement test at the time of admissions rather than after students are admitted, it makes a world of difference to the students because they know what they're getting into and they know what to expect as they're moving forward. And so there are practices like that, just as you're suggesting, that are going to be very useful.
Thank you. Regent Hall.
As a former learning disabilities teacher, elementary, this is a true opportunity for there to be a K through 16 collaboration in this effort. One of the reasons I believe that this has become such a problem is over time we have tended to blame each other. And right now it's everyone's issue. So I want to continue, I want to support what's been said about that K through 12 involvement. So when we're looking at this console, however that's created, to truly make sure we are representing elementary, middle, high school, because it's that pipeline that is so critical, and to have everyone at the table. And it is very urgent. I see that all the time from the work I've done. But again, I see this as an opportunity to really make a difference in this state and see how all of the players, how we can all work together to make a difference.
I'd like to maybe wrap up with President Cross. And I know we're going to get into objectives. Chairman Bradley, if this wasn't one of them, or even if it was, it's going to obviously be expanded.
I just want the minutes to show that my report ended about an hour ago.
And your motion was still on the floor.
Yeah, and my motion is still on the floor.
President Cross.
Why is it that every time I'm at the board, it seems I get 15 assignments, and this is another one? This is a national issue, and I really think there's an opportunity here. And one of the things that I was pondering while I was sitting here and listening to Jose and Margaret and Jose, and Eve makes a really good point. This cannot be solved alone. We need to be partners with K-12. And too often, I think higher education has said this is their problem. We don't own it, and we need to own it together. Secondly, this is part of the listening process. You represent a major constituent group in our population, and this is a frustration. And I think Jose talked about, and Margaret, we need to be more urgent about trying to fix this or trying to deal with it more aggressively. So let me propose this, and it's ironic that we're at Milwaukee because Nancy Zimfer, with whom I've worked extensively, was a big developer of the STRIVE program and the educational pipeline and how to plug the holes and how to work on that aggressively. And so I think it's just fitting that we have this conversation at Milwaukee. In deference to her, I hope she's not listening to me because I've probably screwed up. But nevertheless, let me propose this. Using this report as a platform upon which we go back and evaluate it, let's come up with, I'm going to use this word cautiously if you'll be patient with me. Let's come up with a bold plan. People are going to ask me, well, what do you mean by bold? I don't know yet, but let's come up with a bold plan. Let's make an urgent, make this an urgent item on our agenda. How do we deal with this? And I think Jose's comment about this is a serious challenge to the state. I know it is elsewhere, but this really is a serious challenge. That's what I talked about yesterday. How does the university engage in these serious challenges? Well, here's one right in front of you, Ray. Let's take a look at this. And so when I use the word bold, this is the kind of approach I would like to explore. And I know this is true. There is so much rhetoric around this issue that it's hard to sort out what is true and what is not true and what is fact, what is what. So I'm suggesting that this plan follow up on evidence-based research. Let's identify what has worked with research. Bring that to the table. That's obviously an approach the university should be using. And let's find a way to connect with what Tony's doing and what the K-12 folks are doing more aggressively. And I'm going to propose that I'm going to tick off a number of things. In addition to using evidence-based research and sharing that with the board periodically, identify clear action steps in this plan. Sometimes they're not always clear. Identify clear costs and budgets, both in terms of what it costs us to do and the cost of not doing it. Identify clear metrics. One of the problems we often have in higher education is we start something, we don't have clear metrics on how we want to measure it, and if it doesn't succeed, we keep doing it. Let's establish clear metrics and be willing to close something down and try something else. That's what bold means in my mind. You've got to try different things. If it doesn't work, shut it down, do something else. With clear time frames. And with very clear periodic reports to the board. We'll do it on not every month, but something on a periodic basis to give you an update. And identify this is working or this isn't working, and be honest with you and have you scrutinize that. And I'd like to be given some time. I'm not sure how quickly we can get something like that together. But let me try to give you updates on that on a regular basis and engage you on a periodic basis with our status. Where are we? Is that making any sense, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. We'll vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Does that conclude? Great discussion. Thank you all. Next on our agenda is an update on our progress in meeting the goals and priorities set by this board. You recall that last June, after I was elected president of this board, we introduced a planning process to be used to identify, again, the board's goals and priorities. As we were talking just now, it wasn't something new, but it was something to look at and renew. I suggested that we had, as Regents, had some work to do and encourage my fellow Regents to become more engaged and effective in supporting the work of the UW chancellors and campuses in achieving their goals. We eventually identified some overarching goals to guide our process, and then each committee worked on setting its own goals and priorities. In Regents folders is a summary of those goals and an update on progress towards them. In addition to committee goals, Vice President Milner, Executive Director Radu, and I also worked together to identify goals related to the overall operation of this board. These are included in the summary as well. I'll mention some of the progress we have made on the board level goals, and then I'll turn to committee chairs for their updates. First, many of you will recall that at our October meeting, Regent Milner led a discussion among Regents regarding the recommendations and outcomes of the Regents Roles and Responsibilities Committee that had been chaired by Regent Bradley. This discussion affirmed some of our existing practices and also led us to restructure our two-day meetings to start with committee meetings followed by full board sessions on Thursday afternoon and Friday morning. More recently, Jane and Jess have initiated the board's self-assessment process by meeting individually with Regents to gather your perspectives on a variety of issues, such as typical functions and responsibility of governing boards, how well the board manages its roles and responsibilities, the overall substance and operation of our meetings, the effective ways for Regents to engage outside of board meetings. Jane has also been working to fill vacant positions within the board office to assist with operational matters, as well as board policy reviews and related issues. Turning to committee goals, I would like to express my appreciation to the Regents and the committee chairs in particular for your hard work in identifying priorities and goals, and working with system administration staff to achieve these goals. Now I would ask each of the chairs to provide an update on progress towards meeting committee goals. We have the written update, so feel free to comment on any items you would like to highlight. Let's start again with Regent Bradley, the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have anything to add unless I would just read things that everybody has in front of them. You see we have quite a bit on our committee plate. The only one that I would like to comment on is on page 4, item D, which is all about, I would say, our main job, which is to provide graduates for this state, which improves our communities, improves our economy. And I think if you review in your mind the presentation that Interim Chancellor Mohn gave yesterday, and that is he was talking about the challenges of UWM and southeastern Wisconsin, and he showed us we've got a declining high school population. But at the same time, we have this imperative to produce for southeastern Wisconsin the people with the higher order skills that are going to be able to do the jobs and make the region grow. In the column where it says suggested revisions to goal, I think that everybody understands this, but I'd just like to make sure that it's on our minds that we need to be focusing on the impact of these declining high school graduation, that population, but we also need to be vigilant, all campuses do, on how we can reach those people that are not recent high school graduates, which I think is just a huge challenge to look at the people who are difficult for us to get to, and the people who are difficult and maybe costly for us to serve. But without doing that, without reaching them and getting them educated, we're never going to solve the workforce issue that we have in the state of Wisconsin. And I'm not just talking about numbers, I'm talking about the quality of what the 21st century jobs are going to require. So to me, that really is one of our biggest challenge on the Education Committee and the Board of Regents and the system. Those are my only comments. Otherwise, it's all in the summary.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mark? Okay, next, Regent Whitburn, Business and Finance Goals.
The agenda for the Business and Finance Committee, to a large extent, was established this past year on June 30th when the governor signed the biennial budget, gave us any number of assignments in and around our balances. On April 24th, the Joint Audit Committee finished work on the methodologies in and around the program balance calculations. On May 6th, the Joint Finance Committee finished their work, and yesterday we finished ours. So we have done our job around those requirements. Remaining on the table for us is the charge to deal with this question of the distribution of tuition/GPR dollars across the campuses. And as you know, President Riley appointed a task force led by Mark Buer to suggest a perhaps reformed strategy for the distribution, a more transparent program. That report, I understand now, has been completed, has been received or will be received shortly by President Cross, and the committee was meant to take input from that committee's work as we then come back and attempt to deal with that challenging question. With strong nudges from Region President Falbo, the committee was asked to work in conjunction with our senior staff to bring more transparency around our financials. We saw a lot of the throughput of that yesterday, but also mid-year forecasting and reports on what I would call performance to budget on a quarterly basis with regard to not only expenditures against the budget, but likely year-end figures. We're seeing more and more of that work coming to fruition, and the staff working with us will continue to revise and refine these management financial reports in the weeks ahead. Also, in and around the nudge toward more transparency, the committee drove a couple of new reports that will be continued into the future, one being reports on compensation being administered across the campuses aside from the pay plan, and then also the turnover report in faculty lost in recent years will also continue to be issued in a timely fashion. We had another important goal, which was to advocate in both the legislative and executive branches for Joker approval of the personnel systems for UW-Madison and the rest of the system. Proposals that the governor originally put in the current biennium budget when he presented it in February a year ago. That authority was then pulled back as the Joint Finance Committee completed their work. The Joker met on April 23rd and happily approved our going forward with these personnel policies effective July 1st of next year. So that goal is in the done pile. Remaining in front of us, and we're going to start to work on it this month, is this business of facilitating an external examination of global operational efficiencies across the campuses. We're always interested in efficiency. We've had a number of important studies and projects that have been run across several of the campuses. Our committee will have reports from 2 of the campuses at our August meeting. We hope to learn from the successes, best practices that are coming out of those individual studies as we consider coming to the board suggesting a more global system-wide examination of potential efficiencies. Any questions on the work we've been doing?
Thank you. Regent Menendez, an update on capital planning and budget goals.
Yes, sir. The areas that we focused on are set forth in the report, and I don't want to read those either. But I will tell you that the important part, the things that we thought were important that are being worked on, and you can see the target dates for completion, the master plans on the campus and engaging the institutions with the system in looking at the metrics of each campus and trying to determine what would be best for future capital planning by each campus. That's something that is being done now, and I know that staff is going from campus to campus and looking at those issues. The second big thing that we were concerned about was that the staff continue its efficient and good relationship by reaching out to our partners at the Capitol, the SBC members and DOA leadership to facilitate these capital projects and do whatever they can to inform and work with our partners to make sure that these projects get completed. Then the last thing that I want to tell you about that was important for us was the developing a deferred maintenance program, establishing that. And that's something that's ongoing. There are so many facilities within the system that it's going to take some time to assess the condition of all the buildings, but I think we've been told that 51% of the UW-owned buildings have been assessed, and the plan is to have that done next June, I believe, and then to establish policies for the ongoing operational maintenance of those facilities. It's a big esse. We spend a lot of money on that, and we want to know what's coming down the road and get some sort of plan to handle those things in the future. Those are the highlights. We're working on those things, and we'll continue to do that, Mr. President. Any questions about any of that? Thank you.
Regent Mueller, over to you for Audit Committee goals.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would call your attention to item B on page 13. I looked at this morning in the cold light of day. I wrote this myself. Despite ongoing and intensive efforts, the Chief Audit Executive search continues, which is the most self-pitying comment one could ever put in any kind of report. I wrote this about 2 weeks ago, and I am proud to say, to echo what President Cross said earlier today, we have successfully, after much effort, hired a chief audit executive who's a very experienced and just very well qualified chief auditor, and I look forward to working with her in the months and years ahead. At this time, though, I would like to publicly thank Chief Legal Counsel Tom Stafford and the various members of the Search and Screen Committee who've been at this since October, who worked with me at various points. We really had a great group to work with, and I want to thank them. Again, I believe Ms. Stortz will do much to strengthen our internal audit function in all areas, including conducting a comprehensive risk assessment, I hope shortly after she begins. I'd also call your attention to item E on page 14. The committee is very proud of the audit committee charter that we put together based on internal auditing standards and best practices in higher education in other states. But it is a first step, and I would think that and believe that it will be very important that we continually reevaluate that audit charter to make sure that it's consistent with our goals and objectives. With that, and an apology for my personal pity party a couple weeks ago, that concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you. And Regent Higgins, Ready Committee.
Thank you, Regent Falbo. First, I wanted to say that I really appreciate the wisdom and guidance of the members of our Research, Economic Development, and Innovation Committee. It's been completely key, and I especially want to tip my hat to two of our members who are leaving, Regent Rybar, who was recognized yesterday, and Regent John Drew. And I want to mention that, yes, Regent Drew is in the building. The goals and completions and all that other kind of stuff are well summarized on pages 11 and 12. of the report, but I do want to summarize very quickly by mentioning that they really do fall into three general categories: capital, campus, and community. Regarding capital, our efforts have been successful. So far, we've worked with the WISES Technology Foundation and put about $7 to $8 million into their coffers for early stage development of potentially commercializable processes and products on our campuses. And of course, we are happy to have had the opportunity to distribute $22.5 million in economic development incentive grants last year, and with good outcomes, hope to have the opportunity to do so again in the next biennium. Under the campus area, one of our goals was to identify barriers to faculty engagement and staff engagement and student engagement in research, internships, and other entrepreneurial activities. One of the things that we just did today, thank you all, is to approve a Regent Scholar Program, which will allow us to raise the consciousness of all of our members on campus by giving awards to help faculty members who are doing exactly that. And then finally, community. I just have to say that I've been involved personally in two of our recent chancellor searches, and I am just so impressed by the excitement on the part of community members about engagement with our campuses. So I do believe that we have many opportunities in those areas that we will do our very best to take advantage of, and that's my report.
Any questions of Regent Higgins? Thank you. Thank you all. Great work and great progress. Now we continue our Regent farewells. Regent Manydeeds is going to present the resolutions of appreciation for both Regent Emeritus Drew and Regent Emeritus Landis. First, Regent Emeritus Drew, and I welcome Mrs. Drew. Now, we are here to verify that for the last 7 years, John truly has been coming to these meetings.
All set? Okay, thank you. Well, when I was asked to do this, I agreed, and then immediately I received an email from John giving me some pointers on what I should say about him. And it starts off like this, just so you know. John, you are a stunningly handsome man. And it gets worse from there, so I'm not using any of that stuff, John. Sorry about that. So I did a little research on my own, and in order to be accurate, I asked Jane for some help, and she told me, yes, that John had been appointed to a 7-year term. And we did a little more research, and we found out that, unfortunately, for some reason, John, you've missed about 2 years' worth of meetings over the last 7 years. And so because of that, I talked to Regent Falbone. We've set up a new category for you. You owe the state 2 years' worth of meetings. So you're not really done. You are now what we are going to be calling a reserve regent. And so if I don't want to come down here next year, you're going to be me, okay? It's going to work out just fine. Seriously, it's been an honor to meet and know John. He's someone that will always tell you exactly what's on his mind and what he thinks. And he's been a voice for the people that don't have a voice many times around this table. Whenever we need to be reminded that UW employees need to be paid more, John will tell us that. Whenever we need to remember that the students are why we're here, John will tell us that. Whenever we need to hear that tuition should be affordable for our students and for the citizens of the state, John will tell us that. Whenever we have to take a moment of silence for a student that has passed away, John will remind us and lead us in doing that. John will also talk about and stand up for various underrepresented groups all over the system. And you don't have to read between the lines with him. He'll tell you exactly what he thinks and why he thinks it, and he does it in a very powerful and eloquent way which is not offensive. And every time he speaks on an issue like that, I listen, and it's been very good to hear someone like him speak to those, and I appreciate it, and I thank you, John. I will now read the resolution of appreciation. Whereas John Drew dedicated 6 years of exemplary service as a regent of the University of Wisconsin system from 2008 to 2014, and whereas John has been a long-standing member of the Capital Planning and Budget Committee, including serving as chair, helping ensure that 180,000 UW system students benefit from facilities that provide effective, safe environments for living and learning, and whereas John has been an active and thoughtful member of the Education Committee, demonstrating a keen interest in providing high-quality public education that is both accessible and affordable, and whereas John has worked to publicly honor and reward the commitment of outstanding UW educators by serving on all 3 of the board's award committees, representing the Regent's highest honor in recognizing excellence in teaching, academic staff, and diversity. And whereas John chaired both the Academic Staff Excellence and Diversity Awards committees, saying of the latter and newest award, quote, "Our efforts in this area are so crucial because Wisconsin does better as a whole when all of our people do better," close quote. And whereas John was a member of the READY Committee, short for Research, Economic Development, and Innovation, a standing committee formed in April 2012 to highlight the important synergy of these areas and the innovative work being done at UW institutions, and whereas John brought his insights about UW Parkside to the Special Regent Committee responsible for selecting the UW Parkside Chancellor, and whereas John is an accomplished alum of the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where he earned a master's degree in educational relations, pursuing a career negotiating labor agreements and handling grievances for union members employed at firms throughout southeast Wisconsin, and whereas John has been a strong and steadfast advocate for high-quality education that is affordable and accessible to all UW students, has been resolute in his support of employee protections and competitive salaries for UW employees, be it therefore resolved that the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin system extends its most sincere gratitude to Regent John Drew for his invaluable leadership and dedicated service to the UW system and the citizens of Wisconsin.
That's the bigger one. Horse? Oh, he wanted us to tip for it.
I could do that.
Yeah, I think. These guys have questions.
As only we know. Well, thanks, Ed. And I will always remember Ed Many Deeds as the man who could say more in a few words than I could say in a few hours. Great serving with you, Ed. I want to recognize and thank my wife, Lauren Baker. Mike, forget the Mrs. Drew stuff, okay? Lauren Baker for her advice and support over these last 6 years on the board. You know, when Governor Doyle called me 6 years ago and did me the great honor of asking me to serve on the Board of Regents, like most citizens in the state of Wisconsin, I knew very little about the board and really about the entire UW system. Yeah, I had taken classes, School for Workers, UW Extension. I had attended Parkside. I had a master's degree from UWM. But I really, like everybody in Wisconsin, really didn't know the full extent of what the system does. And 6 years later, I know a little more than I did then. I know that the UW system is a priceless resource for the citizens of Wisconsin. The positive impacts of the UW system are found in every corner of the state, and tens of thousands of people are touched by UW every day. I also know that the declining state support for the system threatens this priceless resource.
I know that the UW system has an outstanding staff that is stretched thin but still delivers outstanding performance. I know that Jane Radu and her predecessor, Judy Temby, were patient and responsive to every dumb question I ever asked. I know that the UW system is full of high-quality, dedicated people, like the system presidents that I worked under, Kevin Riley and Ray Cross, like our great chancellors, like our outstanding faculty and academic staff, and like the maintenance and janitorial and clerical workers who keep our facilities operating and looking so great. I also know that our employees are undercompensated compared to their peers, and that is an injustice that continues to threaten the quality of the education we can provide. I know that I have served under some outstanding board presidents, starting with Mark Bradley, Chuck Pruitt, Mike Spector, Brent Smith, and finally, Mike Falbo. I know that the regents I have served with have been collegial, dedicated to the best interests of the system, and they tolerated the different perspectives that I sometimes, well, no, just about always presented to the board. I know that the UW system, just like our nation as a whole, has miles to go to repay the education debt that we owe to African Americans and other underrepresented minorities. And finally, I know that it was an honor and an opportunity for someone like me with a labor union background to serve on this board. And I also know that you have a full agenda, so I shall take my leave now, go hang up my navy blue suit in the far reaches of the closet, perhaps never to be seen again. Thank you.
Back to our most popular and famous presenter.
Chad Landis. Chad, are you ready? All right. As you know, Chad is a student regent from UW-Platteville. He's majoring in animal science and someday plans to be a veterinarian and have a large animal practice. I kind of have an idea what that means, but really don't want to think about it or dwell on it at this time. I have a special fondness for Chad because he's from the only Waunakee in the world. My wife taught at Waunakee High School when I was in law school, and I actually lived in that small community back in the mid-'70s before it became a huge bedroom community for Madison. It was kind of nice, and I got to know the actual people who were from there. And so that's why I wanted to meet Chad and see if he was just like the people I remembered from 35 years ago. Well, the first time I had contact with Chad was in connection to a capital planning and budget committee meeting, and he was unable to attend in person, so he was on the phone. And he asked some very good questions. They were insightful. He followed up, and it was quite unusual for a student regent to do that, at least in my brief experience. And I was kind of impressed. I thought this is going to be good. Then came the second encounter with Chad, and we were going to have a meeting that he was going to attend at Van Nuys, and he missed the meeting. And he came up and apologized because he didn't know where the building was. So, Chad, Well, anyway, I thought, maybe this isn't going to be that good. Well, Chad, after that brief stumble, came to every meeting, and Chad asked all the right questions. And they're always very politely asked, and they're very insightful. And here's one of my favorite examples of a Chad question. A certain athletic director, who will remain nameless, was giving us a presentation a few months ago, and Chad, towards the end of his presentation, asked what that athletic director thought about the Northwestern football players trying to unionize. And the athletic director kind of scoffed and said, there's no way in the world they're ever going to be termed or called employees, so I don't think we have anything to worry about. Any more questions? Good, I got to go catch a plane. And so he left, but Chad knew that there was something to that, and it, as you know, Northwestern football players were able to unionize, or someone found that they could do that, so there's some issues regarding that. But that's just an example of Chad asking the right question and having a reason to do it. Chad, I know you want to be a large animal vet, and I know that you're young, but I want you to reconsider your vocational plans for the future. I mean, you're a good-looking kid, you've got the right size, and you've got the right name to become an action hero in the movies. Think about it. Terminator 4 starring Chad Landis. Die Hard starring Chad Landis. Predator starring Chad Landis. Chad, it's been a pleasure to meet you and work with you, and you've got a bright future, and I look forward to seeing how it goes. Come on up, I'll read after I read this, you can come up. The resolution. Whereas Chad Landis served as a dedicated student representative on the University of Wisconsin System Board of Regents from August 13th to May 14th, and whereas Chad served as an active and thoughtful member of the Education Committee, through which he demonstrated commitment to improving the education experience for students and helping to promote strategies for achieving higher education rates, graduation rates, and whereas Chad worked to publicly honor and reward the commitment of outstanding UW educators by serving on the Teaching Excellence Awards Committee, and whereas Chad's decision-making as a regent always hinged on what was best for students, which he encapsulated in this quote to the Badger Herald during an interview, quote, high quality, affordable education and the ability of students to get a job after graduation are high on the agenda, close quote. And whereas Chad served as a resource and point of contact for student government leaders who are actively working to effectively represent the interests of UW students, and whereas Chad has been active at UW-Platteville School of Agriculture and has been an agriculture ambassador for the university, traveling throughout the Midwest to recruit students for the School of Agriculture, and whereas Chad is a newly minted graduate of UW-Platteville where he majored in animal science with a science emphasis and plans to attend veterinary school to earn a doctorate in veterinary medicine, be it therefore resolved that the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin System extend its most sincere gratitude to Regent Chad Landis for his leadership and invaluable service to the UW system and the citizens of Wisconsin. Come on up, Chad.
You're talking about me, Ray, or you?
Well, thank you, everyone. It was an absolute honor to not only represent the students, but serve on the UW Board of Regents. As I understand the importance of the meetings, I promise I will keep my comments short. Upon graduation from UW-Platteville, the exit process, I guess, towards graduation. I was asked quite a few times, not only by our dean and the director of ag, what were some positives and negatives to your experience at UW-Platteville, and moving forward, would there be anything that you would change, or if you could have done anything to change your experience at UW-Platteville, would you have? And almost seemingly without hesitation, I responded no. There was absolutely nothing I would change about my experience here as a student at UW-Platteville, and I'm sure I share that with most students at the UW system. We all have a phenomenal experience at our respective institutions. And then I sat up on stage for the graduation ceremony, and I really began to reflect on my experience at UW-Platteville. And there's where one thing came to mind. If I could have changed anything about my experience at UW-Platteville, I would have said thank you more often. Thank you to all of you who have provided me this opportunity, to the faculty, staff, and administrators who work so hard to ensure that our students acquire and attain this high-quality education and build those skills moving forward to demonstrate into the real world. On that note, I would also like to echo some comments that are well spoken by Regent Farrell. Graduates of the UW system, it is important for them to stay here in Wisconsin. She has that drive and passion to keep those students right here in Wisconsin. She has a point. And to an extent, she also will say, if you don't stay in Wisconsin upon graduation, whether you go to school or get a job, come back. And she's hit it spot on. As students, it is important for us not only to demonstrate those skills on a bigger stage to validate the quality of education that the UW system provides, but for those students to gain those polished experiences necessary to succeed in the world. Wisconsin will always be my home, and I will always come back to my home and work my hardest to not only represent UW-Platteville, the UW system, but the great state of Wisconsin. Thank you.
We will take a 10-minute break and be back at 20 to 11. Thank you. This morning we are presenting our 22nd Annual Regent Teaching Excellence Awards, the UW system's highest recognition for members of its faculty and academic staff. At this time, I'm going to call on Regent Chuck Pruitt to lead us in those presentations. Chuck chairs the awards selection committee.
Thank you, President Falbo. On behalf of the Board of Regents, it is my pleasure to welcome our distinguished guests this morning, the recipients of the 2014 Regents Teaching Excellence Awards. Joining them today are family, friends, and supporters, and we welcome all of you here today. Margaret Mead, the renowned anthropologist, once said, "Never underestimate the ability of a small group of committed individuals to change the world. Indeed, they are the only ones who ever have." The Regents Teaching Excellence Awards, which mark their 22nd anniversary this year, recognize and honor some of the UW system's most outstanding teachers, departments, and programs. It is a welcome reminder of how this small group of committed individuals are, on a daily basis, changing their small part of the world. I would suggest that we should never forget that in honoring talented faculty and recognizing how special they are, our work is never done, and we always need to remember the challenge and skepticism that sometimes exists outside the university. It wasn't that long ago, after all, that William F. Buckley observed that I would rather be governed by the first 200 individuals whose names appear in the Boston phone book than by the entire faculty of Harvard University, close quote. So in honoring these faculty today, we use it as a reminder of what a treasure we have in our faculty and academic staff, those who bring that special dedication and creativity and passion to their craft. They bring skills and talents well beyond what you might find in the first 200 individuals in the Milwaukee, Madison, Green Bay, La Crosse, or Eau Claire phone books. We are honoring 3 recipients today, 2 professors and 1 academic program. It is the highest recognition bestowed by the UW system to members of its faculty and academic staff for outstanding career achievements in teaching. The students of the UW system are blessed to be taught by some of the finest teachers in the land, and today we honor the best of the best. These winners stand on the shoulders of the 9,800 supremely dedicated faculty and staff across the system. While their work is extraordinary, it is not unusual. When it comes to teaching excellence, these are not the exceptions, they are the examples. I'd like to thank several of my Regent colleagues who joined me on this year's selection committee, Regent Margaret Farrow, Regent Chad Landis, and Regent Gary Roberts. We all appreciate the time they spent, their thoughtful participation, and wise counsel. Deciding on the winners was difficult, but it was also inspiring to see up close the kind of outstanding talent that is found in our UW system. This year's winners are impressive examples of the powerful impact that excellent teachers can have on students' lives. Here to tell us more, my colleagues on the selection committee. They will each introduce one of the winners, and then each award recipient will have an opportunity to address the board. We'll start with a guy who's on a hot streak, Regent Emeritus Chad Landis, who will present our first award. Chad.
Well, good morning again. As a University of Wisconsin-Platteville, now I can honestly say alum, I am honored to present our first Regent Teaching Excellence Award to Dr. Matthew Roberts, professor in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the University of Wisconsin-Platteville. One of his colleagues, Dr. Philip Parker, describes Matt as an extremely talented teacher who routinely rates at the top of teaching rankings. How does he do it? Dr. Parker explains, and I quote, "Matt is an exemplar in terms of continuously improving his teaching. And this improvement occurs intentionally and intelligently. His improvements are based on his extensive reading of engineering education, literature, findings from engineering educating conferences," unquote. Dr. Parker goes on to explain that Matt then plans to implement what he's learned based on his best practices that have been field tested. Matt also brings his teaching expertise outside of the classroom. Another one of his colleagues, Dr. Christina Fields, tells us that Matt is active with the student chapter of the American Society of Civil Engineers. He has taught hands-on applications of building a replica steel bridge and has helped promote other activities that allow students to better understand careers in civil engineering. Speaking from students, you won't be surprised to hear that they sing his praises as well. Here's an excerpt from a letter from structural engineer Emily Crow, who recently graduated from the UW-Platteville. While at UW-Platteville, I had the pleasure of taking 5 classes with Dr. Roberts. He alone taught me the skills that I'm grateful for and now that I'm working. Largely because of him, I pay close attention to details, consciously work out problems in an easy-to-flow manner, and never trust an answer from a computer or a calculator without first asking myself if that answer is reasonable. Another former student of Dr. Roberts who went to receive his doctorate, Dr. Aaron Shellman, writes, "I cannot begin to describe how well prepared I was to tackle the demands of both graduate school and industry. After my time with Dr. Roberts, I went on to earn my PhD in civil engineering with an emphasis on structural engineering from Iowa State University. This process was made much easier as the level of education that I received in his courses was at a graduate level of understanding." For all these reasons, it is my privilege and honor to introduce our first 2014 Regent Teaching Excellence Award winner, Dr. Matthew Roberts.
Wow, thank you, Chad. Good morning, everyone, and I would like to begin this morning by expressing my gratitude. I'd like to thank the awards committee for their work and just let you know that I'm deeply honored to have been selected for this recognition. I'd also like to express my gratitude for my colleagues back at UW-Platteville. We have many, many outstanding educators at our campus, and they have been inspirational to me and great mentors to me as I've tried to become a better teacher. I also want to express my gratitude to my wife, Denise, who's with me here today. Going back to graduate school was a tough decision, and we decided we did want to pursue an academic career. And so I had to leave work. We had 3 small children at the time. We went back, and it was quite a struggle financially and for other reasons as well. And she has been a great support to me, and I will always be grateful for her devotion and support. I'd also like to say that I've been grateful for the opportunity that this award presented to me as far as pulling together all the materials to really reflect on how my teaching has changed over the years. I liked how the nomination requirements required that. As I look back to 12 years ago when I started teaching at UW-Platteville, I realized that I had a lot of misconceptions about teaching and what it means to be a teacher. I think probably the biggest misconception I had was that my students would probably all be like me. They would have the same learning styles, they would have the same motivations. It won't surprise any of you to find out that I learned that that was not true, that there are many, many different types of learning styles, many types of motivations. And in order to kind of come to grasp with that, what I had to do was familiarize myself with learning styles. And one of the things I did was I started in my classes to have the students take a learning style survey before we, at the beginning of the class. And over the years, I've collected those data to see what kind of learning styles they are. And again, no surprise, I found out that they're very different from me. What I found is for the engineering students that I teach, they tend to be what we call sensing learners. They're very much interested in practical applications and how does the theory apply in the real world. That's basically opposite of me. I'm more of what they call an intuitive learner, where I'm interested in theories and possibilities and connections and things like that. So I've had to change my teaching to better serve my students. I use case studies in my classes. I, whenever possible, try to link the theory that I'm teaching to real-world applications. And of course, while the majority of the students may be sensing learners, there will be intuitive learners as well. The majority tend to be active learners, but there will be reflective learners. And so I've also had to learn in my teaching to use different methods, different styles of teaching to reach out to the different types of learners that I have in my class. I think another misconception I had starting out is I saw that my role as a teacher was simply as a knowledge provider, to provide the students the knowledge they needed. Of course, in engineering, that's problematic because the information I'm teaching, a lot of it will be obsolete fairly quickly. And so I can't just teach them, I'm not going to be able to teach them everything they need to know. I have to serve more as a mentor to kind of help them to see what it means to be a professional. And a big part of that, of course, is lifelong learning and helping them to know and learn the skills to be able to learn and pick up material on their own once they graduate. And so I've tried to be an example of that, both in keeping on top of my field and also in learning about teaching and how to be a better teacher. I'd like to conclude at this time. I want to admit, I'm sure none of what I've said here is particularly earth-shattering. You probably hear similar sentiments every year this time. But I do want to express the gratitude for the opportunity this has given me to reflect on how my teaching has changed. And I'm very grateful for this recognition of the efforts I've taken to become the best teacher I can. Thank you.
I'm back. Regent Roberts would be here, but he's not here anymore, so I'm Regent Roberts for a moment. It is my privilege to present the second Regents Teaching Excellence Awards to Associate Professor Clifton Ganyard of UW Green Bay. During his tenure, Cliff has taught more than 20 courses in history and humanistic studies. What especially, I think, impressed the committee was about Cliff was his passion for interdisciplinary education, which is both a commitment I know he shares with many of his colleagues at UW Green Bay. In her letter of support, Provost and Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs Julia Wallace wrote, I'm going to turn the page, Cliff has been a vital part of the faculty since he came to campus nearly 2 decades ago. He exemplifies what it means to be a UW Green Bay professor. 2 of his professional scholarly presentations caught my eye: Captain America and the Attack of the Ageless Orientals, and Cyborgs and Cyberspace. Not only for the ways in which they stretch the boundaries of the historical profession, that's a small understatement, but also for the ways that his historical research feeds right back into his interdisciplinary classrooms. Close quote. Cliff tends to teach the large, generally required history classes that students feel compelled to take, according to Professor David Curry, the chair of Humanistic Studies. But that makes his popularity all the more remarkable. Professor Curry elaborates on that point this way. He says, quote, Cliff consistently gets student evaluations in the 9s on a 10-point scale, an astonishing achievement for this type of class. Many of the students go on to major or minor in history or the humanities as a result of being inspired by his teaching in these general education classes, close quote. One final comment from one of his students who appreciated Cliff's talent so much, she took 5 of his undergraduate courses. 5 appears to be the magic number for students repetitively taking courses of our winners here. Kelly Wenig wrote, quote, from a survey-level course on Western civilization in the spring of 2002 to a Japanese study abroad class in the summer of 2006, I found Dr. Ganyard's teaching style intellectually stimulating and relevant to contemporary events. With skill few professors can match, his course on the history of science forced me to use UWGB's interdisciplinary focus and contextualize information I learned in my chemistry, math, and biology courses, close quote. Cliff completed his own letter of application for the Teaching Excellence Awards this way, quote, I love teaching. I put a lot of work into my courses and the interactions with my students. I value highly the relationships I develop with my students because I truly value my students as colleagues in this educational project. I hope to continue to do so for some time to come, close quote. So do we, Professor Gagnon, so do we. The next recipient of the Regent Teaching Excellence Awards, Professor Clifton Gagnon of UW-Green Bay.
Thank you very much, Regent Pruitt. I, too, would like to thank the UW Board of Regents and the Selection Committee for choosing me. It is truly a great honor to be selected for this award, and I'm deeply moved by it. I'd also like to thank my colleagues at UW-Green Bay. I know dozens of phenomenal teachers up at Green Bay, a couple of whom have accompanied me here today. Thank you for coming, guys. And it's because of them, it's because of my colleagues, I think, that I've really been moved and inspired to become the best teacher that I can. So it's very important to me that you recognized me, but please know, as Regent Pruitt said earlier, that I'm merely the top of the iceberg, as it were, that there are lots of us who are really working hard on improving our teaching. And of course, I need to recognize my wife, Paula. Thanks, dear. So I love teaching, and so this award really means a great deal to me. I love interacting with my students. It's why I went to graduate school. It's why I chose to work at UW-Green Bay, because I really love to teach this material, anything I can teach. And as Regent Pruitt noted, I've taught a wide array of courses, sometimes strangely titled courses, on occasion. It means a lot to me to be a teacher and to be able to teach where I am teaching. For me, teaching is learning. I think that's why I love it so much, is that I'm constantly learning new material as I teach. And I learn the most from my students. And that's one of the reasons why I really love interacting with them. They have a remarkable curiosity. They are always coming up with new ideas. And it's fascinating to watch them learn and watch them find new material and new things that they didn't know before. And so I really love that about teaching. And one of the things that really drives me, I think, is this idea of constantly learning, of continually learning. My students have sometimes commented that they really enjoy my passion, that I'm enthusiastic or exciting even in the classroom. And I don't know about that. I think I'm a rather boring person. But that kind of passion is really powerful, and being an interdisciplinary teacher, being able to work at UWGB gives me the freedom to pursue courses like cyborg culture, to present papers on comic books like Captain America, to teach H.G. Wells and Jules Verne. It gives me also a break from teaching Nazi Germany and World War II and all of that ugly stuff that I have to teach too. And so I really enjoy teaching this, and the interdisciplinary focus at UWGB is really important to me. One of my favorite historians, Karl Schorsky, once noted that every other discipline except history has a subject matter. Physicists have things that they study. Psychologists study the mind. Anthropologists study culture. Even English teachers have a body of literature that they teach. Historians don't have any single body of material that they study. Instead, we study everything. We have the freedom to choose whatever we want to study. And working at UWGB has really given me the freedom to pursue that. Nowhere else, I think, would I have been allowed to teach courses on Japanese culture, science fiction in the 19th century, or cyborg culture, or whatever the case may be. And that kind of passion has allowed me to carry that through to my teaching and to my students. And it means a great deal to me that you have recognized me for doing something that I really enjoy and really think is important. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Dr. Ganyard, after I read your methodology when we were judging the people we were considering, I'm a frustrated history major that turned poli-sci because I didn't care how many wives King Henry had. I wanted to know how England was ruled at the time. Maybe I made a mistake. Your teaching methodology just absolutely engaged me so much, and I think your students are very fortunate. So having said that, now I'll turn back to a STEM subject because our third award recognizes the outstanding teaching of a department. The way the award is given is to either an individual or a department or program also. And this year the department and program award goes to the biology department at UW-River Falls, represented here today by Professor Mark Begland, department chair. Biology is one of the largest departments at UW-River Falls, with the most students choosing the biomedical option of the major. These students go on to health careers or laboratory research. Other biology students may pursue courses that enable them to be certified to teach biology in high school or middle school. Thank heavens, we need more of them. Wherever their specific interest lies in biology, UW-River Falls has proven to be an outstanding educational institution for these students. The award-winning biology department has been a national leader in its effort to improve undergraduate biology education as part of an NSF, or National Science Foundation initiative. That involves exposing students to research projects early in their coursework via a freshman course sequence for new biology majors. Another amazing opportunity for students involves the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, where a program offers the first-year UW-River Falls students the opportunity to do and publish cutting-edge research. The biology department has also taken a leadership role in achieving the campus's strategic goals related to globalization and innovation, according to Provost Fernando Delgado. In China, Professor Delgado tells us that, quote, UW-RF students test extracts and traditional Chinese herbs in research on heart defects using zebrafish as a model. Professor Delgado goes on to say the department has been so successful because of superb instruction, advising, and oversight of student research. UW-River Falls is also able to deliver a personal touch for students that can be enormously helpful. A former biology student who went on to become an ER doctor wrote an endorsement letter for the department saying Dr. Jason Stasko, that until he met him, he was not a very strong student in high school, but he picked up his pace when he arrived on the UW-RF campus. Let me quote from his letter. My biology professor not only helped me learn the course content, but also essentially taught me how to study and motivated me to reach my fullest potential. I wouldn't be where I am today, said the doctor, if it had not been for the education I received at UW-RF. Amazing the influence our instructors can have on young people. Another former student described a similar experience as the prior students' experience with Dr. Stasko. This student's name is Eric Valder. My advisor, Dr. Betsy Gerbic, was constantly going above and beyond to ready me for the next step in my education. If it wasn't for her urging and help, I would have never found my way to osteopathic medicine. It is an honor to present our final Regents Teaching Excellence Award to Professor Mark Berglund on behalf of UW-River Falls Biology Department.
It's really a challenge to describe an entire department in 5 minutes, and I normally try to speak extemporaneously, but I don't want to leave anybody out, so I am going to read part of this, so I hope I won't put anybody to sleep. I know from many years of experience, when a professor starts reading, the lights go out, but hopefully I can just give credit where credit is due to the many people in our department. So I want to start by saying I'm very honored to accept this award on behalf of our department. And as was said, our teaching philosophy is to give students authentic research experience as early as possible in their academic career, starting with the very first semester. So I'm missing registration today. Somebody's taking my place. But we are going to be registering about 80 new majors, and half of them are going to be going into a course that was originally funded by the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. It's called the CPHAGES program. That stands for Science Education Alliance. And so about 40 of those students will go into that particular course. And that started with a grant from HHMI in 2009. And Karen Kleizek and Kim Mogan originally started the class. Some of you may know Karen. She was on a pretty important search committee for the Regents. And then now Fred Bonilla is her colleague, and their students in 2012 won the HHMI Grand Challenge. And there were a number of schools in this particular competition that were considerably larger than River Falls, including the University of Pittsburgh, which is actually the leader for this. So Karen and Fred helped these students develop the protocols to develop unknown bacteriophages, and our students identified the most. They actually tied with one other school. And because of that, 2 of our students were able to go and present at a national conference at the HHMI headquarters. And actually our Chancellor, Dean Van Galen, has been at that conference, and I think he can attest to the value for those particular students. Just to talk briefly about the other initiative that we have that we've started. Colony collapse disorder is a very important economic problem. And so 40 of our 80 new majors are going to be doing their very first semester original research on colony collapse disorder. This is funded in part by the California Almond Growers Association. These are freshman students whose research is considered so important that an agricultural organization in another state is funding it. That's because the entire California almond crop is pollinated by honeybees. And Brad and Kim Mogan in our department are beekeepers, and they work with the Bee Lab at the University of Minnesota, so we've got a cross-border collaboration. River Falls, as you know, is right on the Minnesota-Wisconsin border, and we need to collaborate. And I could talk a lot. I'm going to go, again, I'm not reading, I'm talking extemporaneously here, so I don't want to go on too long, but I could tell you, and I'd actually like to talk to some people maybe among the Board of Regents about how we can foster collaborations with the University of Minnesota, because we're very close to the Twin Cities metropolitan area. So we don't want to let state boundaries get in our way. But getting back to my prepared remarks here, I want to just mention Cheng Cheng Wan, who does take students to Taiwan every J-term, and he does research using traditional Taiwanese remedies to study remedies that could stop heart failure in zebrafish as a model for human heart disease. Kim Leiden, as you may know, has students go every summer to the Karolinska Institute in Sweden. That's the institute that awards the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. He was actually, this is true, he was actually told that some of our undergraduates were outperforming some of the European graduate students in that lab. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but we were actually told that. So it's a wonderful experience for these particular students to do that. And Julene Zurath is the first female chair of the Nobel Committee. She's a River Falls graduate. And again, I could go on, but I'm going to try not to keep going. But I do want to just say that you cannot overstate the importance of these kinds of experiences. But like everything else in life, or many other things in life, you get what you pay for. You cannot do education on the cheap. You can't do quality education on the cheap. Now, some disciplines don't need really expensive reagents. Some disciplines can actually do that. But in many of the STEM fields, it's virtually impossible. Many schools are actually curtailing their freshman laboratories, and they're only sitting in on lectures, or maybe they're online. We've taken just the opposite tack, and the reason we've been able to do it is because of a couple, actually 3 individuals that are sitting over here, Dean Van Galen and Elizabeth Free and Fernando Delgado, who have provided the financial support for us. And then Brad Caskey is our dean, Mike Stifter. There's others, too, that I could mention. But just in closing, I want to say that I won't be able to stay very long after the meeting because I'm driving to St. Louis Karen Kleizek's involved in a National Science Foundation initiative. It's a Midwest Vision and Change Conference, and Brad Caskey, our dean, has actually gone there. So it shows how much our administrators have bought into this, and that's really critical. But I can't conclude without giving my deep appreciation to the Board of Regents, because you're the ones that ultimately provide the resources that Dean and Elizabeth and Fernando and Brad and Dale Gallenberg and others at the university can use. Without you, we would have nothing. One last thing, I know I'm going maybe a little bit long, but the two most important people in our department are Ellen DeWolf, our program assistant, and Rick Ellingworth, our lab manager. They're more important than anybody in this room. I'm just kidding. To us, they are. They really are, because they're the ones that really make it work logistically. So I think I've used up my time allocation, but I am just most appreciative of the confidence that you've shown in our department, and thank you very much.
Congratulations to all the recipients, and thank you, Chuck, and your committee. Next, we'll turn our attention to athletics. In November 2012, the Board of Regents approved new reporting guidelines calling for UW institutions that participate in NCAA Division I Athletics to annually provide information to the Board regarding academic, fiscal, and compliance matters related to NCAA Division I intercollegiate athletics. This accountability framework allows the Board to provide proper oversight and safeguard the well-being of the success of the UW system student athletes. It also provides an opportunity for us to review the financial viability of UW athletic programs and how they contribute to the institution's academic mission. Through these routine reports, we hope to maintain good lines of communication between the institution, the system president, and this board. The UW system has 3 institutions with Division I NCAA athletic programs. Today we will hear from Panther Nation, also known as UW-Milwaukee. Leading the presentation will be our fairly new athletic director, Amanda Braun.
And I'm not Amanda Braun, but I will introduce Amanda. You know, I'm Interim Chancellor Mark Money, and I will just set the stage very briefly, and then we'll hear from A.D. Braun, and she is also accompanied by our Associate Athletic Director, Charlie Gross. But I'd just like to give just a real quick background and setting the stage here. We are very fortunate to have Amanda, who joined us on May 1st, 2013. So she's been with us just a little over a year, and she brings 15 years of athletic administrative experience after she was a scholarship basketball student at Siena College. But she has served as an administrator in successively increasing roles at Duke University, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, and then the last 7 years before coming to Milwaukee at Northeastern University in Boston. I'm pleased to say that we brought Amanda back home, Regent Faro. This is another example of Wisconsin native, so we're just delighted about that. But what Amanda has really brought is strong leadership, a culture of pride, of expectations, and clear accountability. And we are just delighted with the job that she has done over the last year. And I'd like to now introduce A.D. Amanda Braun.
Well, thank you, Chancellor Money. I've certainly enjoyed my time working with you over the past year. I had him on my Panther Pride task force for a little while, and then he took on this new role, so I lost him in that capacity, but gained in a whole different way. So it certainly is great to be home. Having been back now for just over a full year, it's been nothing short of what I was hoping for and expecting. I think I've got a little clicker down below. It's right there. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. So thank you also to the Board of Regents for inviting me to visit with you again this year during your time in Milwaukee. Having just finished my first year, grateful truly for the opportunity to share with you some of the wonderful accomplishments, some of the challenges, and then highlight a few opportunities that I've identified for Panther Athletics in the future. Let's see if I can work this. So that's the overview. So what I usually try to do is start with a couple of things that guide really every day our decisions within athletics at UWM. Commitment to student-athlete experience, without question, that is our highest priority. Competing for championships, our student-athletes love that, that's great, but also our role in helping them reach their potential in the classroom, preparing them for a life of achievement beyond their time with us at UWM. And then the second item, alignment of athletics mission and goals with the university mission and goals. And for us here at UWM, what that means is instilling pride in our students and on our campus, elevating our profile in the community through success and service, and providing opportunities for positive regional and national awareness and exposure for this university. So every day, those are the things that guide us, and I usually start my remarks reminding people of that. So I'm proud to share with you some of our accomplishments. Start first with success in competition. So as you can see here, this is just the 13-14 year, quite a year for our student athletes in our programs with regard to competition. 8 team titles. When you add that to those that we had prior to this year, we have 129 Horizon League team titles to our credit, and to our student athletes' credit over the history. And to put that into perspective, the next highest total within our league by any other member institution is 60. So we have 129 and 60 is second place. So lots to be excited and proud of there. The last item that you see on this slide is kind of a capstone award within our league. And if you're not familiar, and you may not be, with McCafferty Trophy, it's awarded annually to the Horizon League institution that has achieved the highest or the strongest competitive results across the board in all sports. This is our second in 3 years and our 7th in 14 years. So UWM wins that award just about every other year, and we're extremely proud of that. I'll put that in perspective for you also, that the next highest total by any other member institution is 2. So it's fair to say our department's setting the standard within our league and really among our peers. I just learned yesterday that we are currently 91st of 350 universities in Division I in the all-sports competition that will be finished in a couple of weeks. And I'm excited to say that there's only one Division I institution in Wisconsin that's ahead of us in that standing, and you can guess for yourself who that might be. But we're proud of that as well, broad-based success in competition. So as we prepare our student athletes for life beyond their years in college, we emphasize the importance, absolutely, of being part of a community and supporting a community. And through numerous initiatives and activities this year, as you can see in the slide, our student athletes have completed more than 4,000 hours of community outreach and service. We're extremely proud of that. And with all that's required of student athletes, particularly at the Division I level, in not only their chosen sport, but in their academic pursuits, it's truly amazing that they find time to represent our institution within our community. So another area where our student athletes here at UWM are setting a standard is in the area of academic success. The spring grades just came in, so I changed my slides just at the last minute to move 26 to 27, that we have that many consecutive semesters of an overall 3.0 or better by our student athletes, a collective almost 300 student athletes every semester. It's just amazing when you think about that being 13 years of success at that level. Really, really something to be proud of. So the numbers speak for themselves. 2/3 of our student athletes achieving a 3.0 individually semester. That is the spring 2014, but that's pretty typical of the numbers for our student athletes. So I'm extremely proud of all that they do to represent us, not only on campus, but in our community and regionally, nationally as student athletes. So beyond the achievements of our student athletes, I wanted to take a minute also to share with you how we engage our students generally. I thought that's important given I cited that one of our guideposts is supporting our institution's mission and goals. And we understand our role in athletics in helping create a vibrant campus experience for our students. And this slide shows just a sample of what we do, what we've done, especially this last year to ramp up those efforts. A fun one to point out is the third bullet there, the Pounce T-shirt takeover. What we do is we send our mascot out on campus periodically to find students who have apparel on that doesn't say UWM, it says another university. And what Pounce does is provides a T-shirt that is Milwaukee Panthers, and students are really great sports. They'll actually take pictures a lot of times. We'll tweet it out. As you can see, our social media campaign is just really taking off, and we go where the students are. That's our mission, is to try to get where they are, to engage them. So lots of fun and creative things going on in that area. So we're excited about the future there. So while there's plenty to be proud of, like many departments, we do have our challenges to meet and to overcome. This one, I'll note two in particular, and this one I imagine is no surprise to all of you. It was announced in April that our men's basketball program is subject to a postseason penalty for its academic progress rate. So I've reviewed the data, because it's historical data that they base this on, and I understand pretty clearly their challenges were not isolated in any one area. Existed really in 4 areas, and that collectively created the APR score. Sometimes there's some confusion around that it's academic performance only or graduation only, but there are a number of things that play into that rate. So I wanted to share that information with you. And as you can imagine, I'm taking this pretty seriously as the leader of this department, and we're addressing this challenge with a strong plan for aspiring for excellence in every one of our sports with regard to retention, eligibility, academic performance, and graduation. It'll be a tough year for us because of the penalty, but we're really looking ahead and staying focused on supporting our student athletes. A high priority for us. I think I've heard it said that if you make something a priority, you find a way, and if you don't make it a priority, you find an excuse. We will not be making excuses. We're going to get after it, make sure we're supporting our students, every one of them, in the way that they should be supported academically. So the other challenge, our budget. And in the report, we did cite that we continue to have a base budget challenge, though we are making progress, and it's existed for 14 years, so it's not an overnight process, but we're very confident that we have a plan in place. And I've taken a look there, too, at what's been contributing to that, and I wanted to note just a couple of things that are more recently contributions to that challenge. Our move back to campus in 2012-2013 for men's basketball. While at the time it reduced expenditures, and that seemed like, I think, a very good idea as a result of that, a little bit short-sighted because, unfortunately, it did cost us pretty dearly in ticket revenue and sales, and quite frankly, in perception for our men's basketball program. So our return downtown to the arena has been very, very well received by our constituents, and we now have a contract that I think is pretty reasonable with regard to expenses, and we're very hopeful that we'll be able to generate additional revenue given our situation. So the second item there, like all of the areas within the institution, we are impacted by student enrollment with our revenue, so it's hard for us to change that as an athletics program. But as I cited before, we're really trying to do our part to make this a great campus experience to attract and retain students. So I'll continue to work very hard on behalf of the university to do our part to help enrollment grow and to keep our students with us. So a solid plan for the future with the base budget. As I said, I think we will work very hard on unrestricted fundraising, which is going to be how we create a fund that can help us address some of the variable expenses and revenues that occur and exist within athletics in Division I. So I wanted to end with our opportunities for progress, sort of a highlight. So revenue, absolutely, we believe that we can make lots of progress there. I've discovered over my first year a number of opportunities that have not been realized, so excited about that. 13-14, we did see some progress in our fundraising in terms of dollars and donors, and while we're very encouraged by that, we also know we have a great deal more potential in that area, and we are building a foundation right now that's taken a lot of elbow grease to do, but we're going to get it done, and looking forward to the future there. The other one I cite, corporate partnerships. We have a new model for our corporate partnership sales. Just 2 months ago, started with a company called Front Row Marketing, a wonderful company, absolutely understands what kind of institution we are and how to get into a community and build relationships that then translates into additional revenue. So we're looking forward to the next 12 to 18 months to really seeing some progress with them. Facilities improvements. For my year, I can't tell you how many times I've heard people talk about the challenges we have with our facilities. It has become what I've been referring to as our missing piece. This is the missing piece for us. We absolutely need to improve our facilities in order to maintain the success that we have and grow to what I believe we can become. So I'm excited very much about the impact of our basketball practice facility, proposed basketball practice facility, not only in the impact it will have on our student athletes, our basketball programs, but also on our campus, our students. I've called it a $10 million project that will have a $30 million impact because of the opening of time and space for students to recreate, and particularly being in the climate we're in, we have mostly indoor space to recreate. So that will be a great deal of help to all of our students on our campus. And we're working through the approval process for that over the next year and hoping to begin construction late summer and early fall of 2015. The last item there, I wanted to mention it because implementation of a success plan, I won't get into the details. It's been a great process for us because it is inclusive department-wide. And what we're doing is we're using it to identify and address our greatest priorities together. Then the word together is very important there. Much like our department understanding its role within the university, it's really, this process helps our staff understand how their programs fit within the department and the greater priorities that we do have. So I will finish there with a really fun graphic and open up to any questions you might have.
Thank you, President Falwell. Not so much a question, but really just a comment and observations. I've gotten an opportunity to have conversations with Amanda and getting to know her. And I'm very pleased with what I have learned, both of her personally as well as also her goals and visions for the athletic department. I think that she definitely understands the importance of an urban university like UW-Milwaukee to also have a strong athletic department. And as we have seen in this report, she is confronting not only all the positives, but also acknowledging and taking responsibility for those areas that do need some improvement. I'm also very pleased to note that she's chairing this campus-wide initiative to increase Panther Pride and really get all of the students and hopefully faculty and academic staff and other support staff to really start to talk up the university. So I really would like to compliment UW-Milwaukee for the selection of Amanda, as well as also at least share with my fellow Regents that as I've had discussions with her, I feel very comfortable and very confident that under her leadership we will hear more positive things about our athletic department here in Milwaukee. One of the things that I was very impressed with was the tremendous amount of athletic accomplishment that this university has achieved that hardly any one of us was even aware of. And I've asked her to really make sure that that is brought to our attention, that we should be aware of the accomplishments that UW-Milwaukee has done, just as we continue to hear well-deserved athletic accomplishments at many of our other campuses. So again, that's all I wanted to share with you, that I have been in conversation with her, and I'm very pleased what is happening here. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Amanda, thank you. Echo the set of accomplishments, but I did have a question. Obviously this board's oversight of intercollegiate athletics is a work in progress. I think the board would acknowledge that. It's something we've been at for a relatively brief period of time. So I guess I'm always interested in learning how we might do better. And so if I could just ask a question on, with all the great accomplishments, let me ask about the basketball situation in the APR, falling below the APR number. And I know that, a year ago, I don't believe that was on the radar, or at least it was nothing that, was talked about at the UWM presentation a year ago. So I guess I'm just interested in any thoughts, reflections of any learnings you might have and that we might have been as a board of what going forward should there have been a time that we might have learned about that a little earlier? Are there warning signs? Are there any other programs that you see right now facing challenges that might emerge? Because it's clearly a serious issue and one that I'm really glad that you're taking seriously as well. So, let me just ask you if you have any thoughts
Sure.
on that subject.
Yeah, in terms of warning signs, and it's a 4-year. It's not overly complex. It's a 4-year average of really retention and eligibility points that each student athlete on scholarship earns. So you get 1 retention, 1 eligibility point for each semester. And then there are some exceptions for transfers and student athletes that leave eligible and go on to sign a contract with a professional team in any sport. So it's not overly complex, and it is something that you can usually have a heads up on. We did have in that particular sport, men's basketball, 4 years ago, a score that was certainly got people's attention. And as a result, there were some measures taken to ramp up oversight, ramp up academic support, and those sorts of things. And then the ensuing 2 years, we were still below the average within our league as we look back at it now, but anticipated being fine. And then the score that we had in this past year very closely mirrored the one we had 4 years ago. As a result of, as I indicated, a whole host of things that didn't isolate just on academic performance, didn't isolate just on graduation or eligibility or retention. It was a combination of a number of those things. So as I understand it in retrospect, that's the way it came together, and I think you can see that happen. Unfortunately, I think a lot of what happened right toward the end of the 4th year. So what happens is your first year in that 4 years rolls off. So we're fortunate that we now will only have 1 really subpar year in the 4-year average, looking ahead to losing no points in that sport for our student athletes that are on the current team. And that's been the hardest part for me, is that the student athletes on that team right now had absolutely nothing to do with us, and they're the ones being penalized. That is never easy. I don't know a better solution. I just know that one's not great. But we're going to work through it. With regard to other programs, we did have a score in men's soccer that was close. The 1 year that really created that situation is going away or rolling off. That existed as a result of some turnover with a coaching change, from the way I understand, having looked at the information. The coach we have in place there now is doing things absolutely how we want them done. I think that they have the highest men's sport GPA in spring of 2014 in men's soccer. So we're really proud of the work he's done to improve that program, and don't have any concerns or aren't seeing any warning signs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Amanda, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will have some resolutions of appreciation for chancellors. First up is UW Green Bay Chancellor Tom Harden. Regent Higgins, would you present the resolution, please?
I don't know Tom Harden as well as I'd like, but I know that he has had a powerful influence on UWGB and the faculty, staff, students, alumni, and community members with whom he has worked. I first experienced his ability to build loyalty and commitment to his institution on my very first campus visit in my official capacity. We had lunch that day with a group including 7 alumni and friends of the university. I was amazed at their fierce dedication to the college and to its chancellor. Soon after that, I got an even more personal example. Every year, Jana and I invite about 300 of our closest friends to a holiday open house. Tom and Kathy attended, as did Bernie and Cinda Patterson. And then the next day at church, an old friend of mine, a Phoenix alumna, who is CEO of a local business and not known for being effusive, rushed up to me to let me know how much she'd enjoyed talking to that darling Chancellor Harden, and that she was planning to send a donation to the new foundation. Well, Tom, I'm jealous. I've always wanted to have that effect on people. They love you, and they want to send you money. That's a pretty good recommendation. And with that lead-in, I would like to read our official thank you resolution. Whereas Tom Harden served as the 5th Chancellor of the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay from 2009 to 2014, and whereas Tom presided over a surge in enrollment of returning adult students and an increase in the number of students of color, numerous record graduating classes, and the addition to the curriculum of degrees in sustainability, nursing leadership, and engineering technology. And whereas Tom spearheaded a successful effort to reinvigorate UW-Green Bay's signature venue, the Widener Center for the Performing Arts, which has resulted in better programming, new partnerships, and financial stability. And whereas he initiated a university-wide strategic planning process to guide institutional priorities for the next decade, positioning UW-Green Bay for continued success beyond his tenure. And whereas Tom and the university achieved a major strategic goal in spring of 2011 with the creation of the UW-GB Foundation, Inc., providing new flexibilities and appropriate management of gifts, investments, real estate, and research and service grants. And whereas he has led the charge to return UW-Green Bay to its ECHO-U roots, emphasizing sustainability and making substantive changes, including hiring a direct report sustainability coordinator, to ensure UW-Green Bay remains an environmental leader. And whereas Tom commissioned a faculty and staff compensation study reflecting the priority he places on competitive compensation, and whereas Tom and his wife Kathy are beloved members of the university and greater Green Bay communities and plan to stay involved with UW-Green Bay even as they enjoy some well-deserved time with their 11 grandchildren, be it therefore resolved that the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin System hereby offers thanks and commendation to Tom Harden for his many life achievements and his service as Chancellor of UW-Green Bay. Good job. I guess you're going to take a picture with that. Let me get these things out of your way.
Well, thank you all very much. We go through our careers hoping that when the time comes that you need to make a change, that you'll know it. And this is our time. After 47 years of positions with greater responsibility each year and moving on like that, it's the right time. And I didn't think it would be emotional, but it is. I feel very fortunate to be here, to have had this opportunity to work with a phenomenal university, the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay, and the faculty and staff that just are so committed. And I know Tim talked about his visit, and others have visited our campus, and I think if you've been there, you would agree that we have really, really good people. And they are as committed as any people I've ever worked with. And, I've worked for a long time, and I've worked with a lot of people, and I've been a president of a university and a dean and other kinds of things. There is no more committed group of people that I've ever known than the ones at UW-Green Bay. So, I approach this period of time with really conflicting emotions. Our 11 grandchildren, I think, are very happy to see this time come. And Tim and I were sort of joking a little while ago, I was saying that, it's an exciting time, but it doesn't sound exciting when I tell people what we're really going to be doing. We're going to be spending time with our 11 grandchildren. And he said, well, tell people you're going to Siberia for 6 months with all your 11 grandchildren, and you're going to do all these great things. And I thought, that does sound exciting, but not more fun than what I'm really going to be doing. I thank President Riley for giving me this opportunity. And I'm really happy that Ray Cross is in the position that he's in. He's doing a great job and is providing phenomenal leadership. And by the way, a lot of people have mentioned to me that I seem to be smiling a lot lately, and I am. And Ray said something like, just earlier today, he said, "For God's sake, wipe that smile off your face." That's not a direct quote, but that was pretty close. In fact, the smile just, I feel like I'm smiling more and more all the time. And recently, with the appointment of Gary Miller to come in as Chancellor, I have even more reason to be smiling because he's going to be phenomenal. He's going to be really good, and I feel so good about that. I have much to be thankful for. I don't always know the things that I do will be right, but some of them I've been pretty sure of. And over 43 years ago, Kathy and I got married. You all know, most of you know Kathy, so Kathy, stand, please. This is as hard as telling the faculty, so that's my best decision. But the others that I've really made that have been outstanding have been associated with the people I've hired. And without those decisions, I don't know what I would have been doing. But Julia Wallace is one of my great hires, our provost. Julia, would you stand? I appreciate her. And Kelly Franz is here somewhere. Last time I saw him, he was back there networking somewhere. I don't know, but he was here. Kelly Franz, our CBO. There he is, right there. And I guess that one thing that I've done well most of the time, but not every time, is hire really good people. And they've made my life just really great. So I step aside really a happy man and look forward to a lot of time working on behalf of higher education still in the state of Wisconsin. Looking forward to getting to know the new chancellor well. I feel very, very comfortable with him, and I'm very pleased that he's coming in to take over my university. Thank you all very much.
Regent Farrell, would you please present a resolution of appreciation to former Chancellor Mike Lovell for his service?
I was really pleased to be asked to do this. I have Kleenex if anybody needs it during this, figuratively or literally. I'll have it right here for you. I met Mike Lovell in December of 2010, and we had about an hour and a half long meeting about economic development and what the university could do for this corner of the state
and economic development. I didn't know him before. I walked away from that meeting going, oh my word. We were so fortunate to have him here. And at the time, he came here head of the engineering department. Now, if any of you have gotten to know me, I have a real bias for engineers, if you didn't know that, but I have it. So I guess I was ready to like him on that score alone. Then he became interim. I thought, oh, that'll be interesting. And then, lo and behold, he became chancellor. I still don't know how you all were so brilliant to do that. I mean, the whole system image to me went up many, many steps when he was selected to head this institution. Since then, we've had some conversations in an ongoing way. I've watched what he's done in a very interesting way. He always has been, I don't think he knew there was a box to be in. He was always operating outside the box, doing new things. He also, I have discovered, first of all, everything he's done, he doesn't think he did it. He doesn't take any credit. He doesn't want any credit. It's all about whatever his focus and strategic mission is. But he also searches out and tells you about the talent he's discovered, often right here when he came. I can look over and see interim chancellor and a new role that he's been playing. So I guess I was really on his side in terms of what I thought he was going to do. Having known Nancy and Carlos, I thought, oh gosh, we're really on a run here, and he's capping it off with pulling it all together. So then I came and visited him for a day and spent quite a bit of time in and out of classrooms and labs and what have you. I sat, and this is so key, I never thought I could use it, but now I'm going to be able to use it. I had watched an interdisciplinary group of arts and computers and chemists and engineers working on product developments. And it's fascinating, 4 teams. And I heard all about it. And we get to the end of that, and I'm congratulating them all, and they're leaving the room. And one of the students came up to me, and he said, I want you to know something. I don't go to UWM. I'm enrolled at MATC. And I'm part of this team because of one person. And that person is the guy who runs this place, Dr. Mike Lovell, the president of UW-M, chancellor, I'm sorry. I don't like titles. But anyway, the point is this young man was able to join, and it was a fascinating team because, again, he was outside the box, and he was making things happen. And I spent the day with him going from here down to freshwater science and over to the other wonderful growth there has been down in that part of the city. And all I kept hearing was transformational. Transformational. I think he says it in his sleep. But it so identifies what he is about. And so I'm on the Lacrosse campus this spring. And I'm about to go into my staff and faculty meeting moment. And I hear on the car radio before I parked that he was leaving. And where was he going but to my alma mater? Now, he's going to save that place. But I was furious, and I finally knew what the word bittersweet and how it feels to have a bittersweet moment, because that's what it was for me. Because we win by keeping him in Milwaukee. We lose by losing him here, but we've got to just keep this roll on, that we've got to find somebody that can cap off and continue what he has started. I want him so to keep collaboration going, and now he's got a new cause. Because now what he told me that day was the places that don't conflict but can collaborate between the engineering schools in this city. Now he's got that challenge in a new way from a new seat. So with that, I am going to read the resolution of appreciation. Chancellor Michael R. Lovell. Whereas Mike Lovell became the 8th Chancellor of the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee in May 2011. After joining the university in 2008 as Dean of the College of Engineering and Applied Science, as well as Professor of Mechanical Engineering, and having earned the UW System designation of Wisconsin Distinguished Professor. And whereas Mike further realized the UW-Milwaukee initiative by by overseeing the investment of hundreds of millions of dollars in completion of the Zilber School of Public Health building, the redevelopment of the Columbia Hospital campus, now known as the Northwest Quadrant, the construction of the School of Freshwater Sciences, and multiple building projects at Innovation Campus in Wauwatosa, working in concert with the UWM Real Estate Foundation. And whereas Mike renewed UWM's internal focus on campus improvement, creating the Best Place to Work initiative, developing new vision and guiding value statements, and creating the framework for faculty and staff to create a new strategic plan, an academic plan, and a budget model to prioritize goals. And whereas Mike ensured key connections for the university through his involvement as a founding co-chair for Milwaukee Succeeds and co-founder and chair of the Midwest Energy Research Consortium, and provided guidance on several other community boards. And whereas Mike inspired a new level of university-industry partnership through the development of an innovative program for collaborative research, shared facilities, and joint personnel with the multinational Johnson Controls Incorporated. And whereas Mike fostered a new sense of entrepreneurship and innovation at the university and in the greater Milwaukee community, launching the UWM Student Startup Challenge, introducing the Mobile Innovation Lab Ab Brewery, which we saw last night, co-chairing Scale Up Milwaukee, and serving as a board member of the coincidentally named Mike Innovation in Milwaukee. And whereas Mike sought to strengthen enrollment through programs seeking more students from Wisconsin, the Midwest, and other countries, and excelled at making physical fitness fun for students, faculty, and staff through the Claws versus Paws Challenge with Concordia University and the I Beat the Chancellor contest. And I know he does it because the morning of graduation he had taken a run from here down to the War Memorial Center and back with the veterans from the university family, and was there before 9 o'clock, all ready to go. I'm, me in the morning. So I had great admiration for that. Be it therefore resolved that the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin System extends sincere gratitude to Michael R. Lovell for his outstanding leadership and service to the UW system and the citizens of Wisconsin, and wishes him continued success as he begins his presidency of Marquette University. Congratulations, Mike.
That's okay.
Do we need it?
No, I think we're okay. I have to talk to Jane. I think we should have changed the order. I should have gone after Tom. He's a tough act to follow after his emotional speech. But I really just want to thank everyone here today. As you can imagine, my decision to go to Marquette was not an easy one. And the reason why that is because the people that are here in this room, on this campus, and across the UW system. I really look at my 6 years at UWM and really the past 4 I've spent as chancellor as having such an honor and privilege to serve this institution and to serve the state. And I really want to thank the Regents for giving me that opportunity. I didn't take a traditional path to becoming a chancellor. I spent all of 2 years as a dean and was elevated to chancellor probably before I had the experience to be ready to, but I thank Kevin Riley and the Regent Committee that selected me for giving me that chance at that point in time in my career. And it's amazing how fast time goes, because I look at Chuck Pruitt, and it just seemed like yesterday we were over in the original Pancake House with Mike Spector deciding whether this is something I should be thinking about or not. And certainly I'm really glad that I took that step and that the system had the faith in me to select me. And I'm really going to highlight something that Tom pointed out. And when I reflect back on my time at UWM and time as chancellor here, I think the thing that I am definitely going to remember most are the quality of the people that I got to work with. I think when you think about the people on this campus and the people within the system and the Board of Regents, they're not just great professionals, but they're great people and great individuals. And I just really have relished the opportunity to develop relationships with so many of you and work with you in ways that have just made my life so fulfilled and really helped, not only this campus, but the state be more successful. And I think recently, we have one of our deans, Jakuka Enyemeka, is going off to California to be provost. And we had a discussion last night. There was a little reception for him, and we were talking about the value of education, particularly based on cost and what the quality is. And I think one of the things that hopefully we all in this room can be most proud of, and in spite of the many challenges we faced, particularly over the last 4 years of my time as chancellor, we've done a great job continuing to provide a high-quality education, which is a great value for the citizens of this state. And one thing I would ask the board to never forget how important that is, and to continue to fight like you have in your time here. That's one thing. I've worked closely with many of the regents, and I know how much you love the state and how much you love the UW system, and anything you can do to continue to get the resources we need in this campus to educate the population is something that I want to ask of you. When I think about the great opportunity I had to work with a set of chancellors, I've never been engaged with a group of leaders that are so remarkable. I know there was some discussion about changing the process that we have to select chancellors in the last year or so. If you look at the results, if you look at the colleagues that I got to meet with most of the time twice a month to discuss the issues of the day, I just think we just have a phenomenal group of leaders, within the system. And so whether the process needs to be tweaked or not, the results, I can say have just been fantastic. When I think about the faculty and staff on this campus, I have often said that they are the most resourceful people that I've ever met. We have, by many metrics, we are one of the leanest research universities in the country. And when I walk this campus and go to every corner, there are just great things going on. And I describe the faculty and staff of this campus as being the most innovative and entrepreneurial of anyone I've ever been associated with. And I couldn't be prouder to represent the university as chancellor for 4 years because of the people that we have on this campus. And in the same respect, I hope that all of you in the room, and Margaret, I appreciate your comment that, I'm only one person. There's a lot of stuff getting done here, both on this campus and system. I hope you're all very proud of what we've been able to accomplish over the last 4 years of my time as chancellor, because I know that I am. And I know that there's tremendous momentum for this campus, and it's going to continue on. In addition to that, I want to say that you have my commitment to continue to advocate for the UW system in my new role. I'm going to be in a very unique position to say and do things I may not have otherwise been able to do. And I want you to all know that you can call on me at any time if you ever need my help with anything regarding the system or in the campuses, because I believe I'm a Wisconsin resident. I want a strong Wisconsin, and I know the UW system is critically important to the future of the state. And finally, one of the great things about me just moving across the street is that we will be able to partner in ways that no one else has ever been able to imagine before. I will know both institutions deeper than probably anyone in the history of Milwaukee. And so I'm very excited about the connections and the partnerships that we will be able to create, not only here in Milwaukee, but across the state. And I know that all of our paths will cross again in the future, and that makes me very excited because I think together we can make a strong Milwaukee and a great Wisconsin. So thank you.
Is going to read the resolution for Chancellor Chuck Sorensen. Chuck wasn't able to be here today, so after Jose reads the resolution, I'll read a letter that Chuck wrote.
When I was contacted to see if I would be interested in reading the resolution, I immediately said yes. And I happened to mention it to a colleague, Regent, and I said, unfortunately, Chuck is not going to be there. And the colleague said, well,
why don't you just mail it to him? I said, no, I do want to read this, and I want to do this, because I have a certain affinity for UW Stout. My master's degree is in vocational rehabilitation counseling, and I actually practiced in the field as a rehab counselor. While my degree is from here, from UW-Milwaukee, very quickly, starting my career or my work as a rehab counselor, I became aware of UW Stout and the fact that they were also graduating rehabilitation counselors. And as a result of that, I have maintained over the years kind of an ongoing knowledge and an awareness of UW Stout and its commitment to preparing professionals to serve people with disabilities. And I've always been very appreciative of the system having such an institution. The other reason I wanted to read this appreciation resolution is that I worked as an administrator at Waukesha County Technical College for almost 9 years. And one of the things about WCTC is that it's among all the 16 technical college districts, it is geographically the smallest one. It is, for all intents and purposes, a one-county district. And I worked there when there was Richard T. Anderson, or RTA as we affectionately called him. And he was the district director, as they were called at that time, but now presidents. And RTA was a phenomenal administrator. He had the smallest technical college district in the state sandwiched between the two largest technical colleges in the state, Milwaukee and Madison. Yet, WCTC was one of the strongest technical colleges in the system. And it still remains a very strong college. And it was one that, beyond its own county boundaries, was recognized as an institution of excellence, regionally and even nationally and internationally. And that's what I saw in Chuck. That he entered into the leadership role of a small, modest university and has made it an internationally recognized institution of excellence. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have this. I'm grateful that I have this opportunity and this privilege to read this resolution. So with those words of acknowledgement of his superb leadership, let me read. Whereas Charles W. Chuck Sorensen has served the University of Wisconsin-Stout as its sixth chancellor for 26 years from 1988 to 2014, longer than any chancellor in the institution's history, and has overseen the university's growth in enrollment, physical size, and national stature. And whereas during his tenure, UW-Stout has maintained an employment rate for new graduates of 97% or above, even during the worst recession since the Great Depression, and whereas under Chuck's leadership, the university has substantially increased enrollment by 31% to nearly 9,300 students, and whereas since 1988, the number of undergraduate majors has more than doubled, increasing from 20 to 45, and the number of graduate majors has increased from 18 to 23, including 3 advanced degree programs, and whereas Chuck and the UW-Stout campus worked hard and took great pride in winning the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award in 2001, the only full institution of higher education to receive the award, and in 2007, UW-Stout was designated by the Board of Regents as Wisconsin's Polytechnic University, and whereas since 1988, 5 new buildings, 2 major additions, and 7 major renovations have occurred on the UW-Stout campus, along with the opening of the Stout Technology and Business Park, Discovery Center, and Center for Applied Ethics, and expansion of the Cooperative Education Program, and whereas Stout University Foundation assets have grown from $2.3 million to more than $47 million, And whereas Chuck oversaw the implementation of the eStout laptop program in 2002, which provided laptop computers to all undergraduates and which serves as a foundation of a campus-wide digital learning environment, be it therefore resolved that the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin System hereby offers thanks to Charles W. Sorensen for his outstanding service as Chancellor of UW-Stouts, Wisconsin's Polytechnic University, and wishes him and his wife, Toni, well in their retirement years.
Thank you, Jose. Now here's Chuck's letter, which was addressed to myself and President Cross, and it was regarding a request to address upcoming Board of Regents meeting. Thank you both for extending an invitation to address an upcoming meeting of the Board of Regents and to receive a plaque in honor of my 26 years of service to UW-Stout. I truly appreciate the offer and the honor. However, I regrettably will be unable to attend either meeting because of previous commitments. Therefore, I would ask that the following statement be given to members of the Board of Regents and released to the public through the meeting agenda for the June Board of Regents meeting. So now, if you would pretend that you are hearing from Chuck. I have been privileged to serve UW-Stout for more than 2.5 decades. Looking back at what UW-Stout was when I arrived in August 1988 and what it is today, I can safely say that working with outstanding students, faculty, and staff, we together have seen transformational change in the institution. Permit me to mention just a few examples of how UW-Stout has been transformed. When I arrived, we were offering our undergraduates a very limited array of programs, just 20 in fact. At present, we have 45 undergraduate majors in a wide range of disciplines, including the first engineering degrees in the university's history. We currently have plans for at least 4 more degree programs, including 3 additional engineering programs to meet the well-documented needs of employers in western Wisconsin. We also have added the first 2 terminal degrees in UW-Stout's history, an MFA in design and a doctorate in career and technical education. A series of events early in my tenure made us take a hard look at deficiencies in our planning process. We then adopted a comprehensive campus-wide strategic planning process dedicated to continuous quality improvement. The icing on the cake was UW-Stout being awarded the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award in 2001. We are still the only entire institution of higher learning to win that award. Our enrollment when I arrived was 7,000 students. Through a smart growth approach that leveraged existing resources, we have grown to about 9,300 students, and our enrollment for fall 2014 looks healthy. We have had the second highest rate of enrollment growth in the UW system over the past decade. Many people who haven't been on campus for a while marvel at the physical transformation of UW-Stout. We have added 5 new buildings and 2 major additions, including a gleaming Jarvis Hall Science Building, along with 7 major renovations. These aforementioned improvements have resonated with our alumni and donors. The assets of University Stout Foundation stood at $2.3 million when I arrived. The endowment now exceeds $47 million, and we have pledges that will get it close to $50 million by the time I leave. At UW-Stout, however, we measure our real success by what happens to our graduates once they enter the world of work. Even through the worst recession since the Great Depression, our graduates were able to maintain an amazing 97% employment rate. Many factors contribute to this enviable employment success, including the hands-on nature of our teaching, the career-focused program array, and the fact that 9 out of 10 students leave campus with some sort of real-world work experience. We knew about a decade ago that UW-Stout had to find a way to tell the world what a special institution we had in Menominee, Wisconsin, and a way to incorporate the ideals set down by James Huff Stout into the modern university we were becoming. That is why we asked the Board of Regents in March of 2007 to designate UW-Stout as Wisconsin's Polytechnic University. We thank the Board for this designation, which continues to be popular with prospective students, our employees, alumni and donors, and other stakeholders. As I prepare to leave the university I respect so deeply, I would like to emphasize a couple of ideas. Campuses are the very heart of the UW system. Individual universities with their different missions and identities are the driving force behind the UW system. Without the campuses, there would be no system. Everything done at the UW system and the Board of Regents levels must be devoted to fully realizing the individual strengths of each and every campus. This is certainly not an easy task to support the individual universities with their unique characteristics and yet maintain a cohesive whole, a vibrant UW system. However, this delicate balance must be achieved so the strength of each individual campus can be supported and celebrated. Again, thank you for the opportunity to discuss my 26 years at Stout. In closing, let me say that my years of serving UW Stout certainly have been the best of my life, and I leave with nothing but gratitude for the warm and caring people my wife Toni and I have come to know at this fine university. Well, Chuck, I'm sure you are watching this on podcast, as all chancellors do when they can't be here in person. So thank you for an outstanding run. Last but not least, we have a resolution of appreciation for Senior Vice President Mark Nook. Regent Mark Bradley is going to present this resolution.
Thank you, President Falbo. I've had the privilege of knowing Mark Nook since he was a provost at UW-Stevens Point and then became an acting chancellor at UW-Stevens Point, interim chancellor, and then, of course, with his role as senior vice president for the system. And to me, the words that describe Mark Nook are organized, principled, and thoughtful. But the most important thing that I will take away from my relationship with Mark is his single focus on what it is we're here to do in the first place. So his student focus, which has guided the system and has guided his advice to the Education Committee, will now guide the future of Montana State University at Billings, which is very good for them. So I would like to read the resolution of appreciation for Mark A. Nook. Whereas Mark A. Nook has served as Senior Vice President for Academic and Student Affairs for the University of Wisconsin System from 2011 to 2014, and whereas Mark earned his Ph.D. in astronomy at UW-Madison, going on to serve as a full professor, department chair, and dean at St. Cloud State University before returning to Wisconsin and to the UW system in 2007, to create new pathways for student success as provost for UW-Stevens Point, and accepting the call to serve as interim chancellor for the Pointers, extending the university's national visibility by serving on a variety of regional boards. And whereas Mark helped to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of teaching, research, and service at UW institutions during a time of significant changes for higher education, and his thorough grasp of the trends and stories behind statistics have made him a valued authority on academic issues, including educational quality and attainment, campus climate, shared governance, and student concerns involving topics of credit transfer, student success, college affordability, and prior learning assessment. And whereas Mark developed a strategic framework for linking sponsored programs and research to economic development with the major goal of increasing the creation of well-paying jobs and providing early support in putting the UW flexible option on the path to launch. And whereas Mark has made his mark on the UW system, continually challenging its institutions to prove effectiveness through data-driven accountability, a goal linked to addressing state needs, maintaining affordability, meeting market demand for new academic programs, and assessing outcomes, and has never failed to encourage students and faculty to reach their full potential and to recognize outstanding achievements. And whereas Mark safeguarded and extended the national reputation of the UW system by collaborating
with major national education think tanks and organizations, such as the American Council of Education, the Association of American Colleges and Universities, and the State Higher Education Executive Officers Association, as well as the Lumina and Gates Foundations, from which he was instrumental in bringing 2 significant grants to the UW system. And whereas Mark and his wife Cheryl are the proud parents of 2 Poynter alumni and a UW-Eau Claire Blue Gold alumnus, and have been welcome, involved members of every community they have called home. Be it therefore resolved that the Board of Regents of the University of Wisconsin System extends its most sincere gratitude to Mark A. Nook for his outstanding leadership and invaluable service to the UW system and the citizens of Wisconsin, and wishes him all the best in his new role as Chancellor of Montana State University, Billings. Michael J. Falbo, President. Mark.
Thanks very much, Regent Bradley and Regent President Falbo. It's been an honor to serve the University of Wisconsin system. This is a system that educated me, got me a PhD in astronomy, something that has meant my entire career life. It's really from there that I built into administration. It's also, as Mark pointed out, educated all 3 of our children and both of their spouses, 2 of the spouses, and hopefully our granddaughter. Before I get any further, I want to say, congratulations to the other people that have been recognized. Tom is moving on to what I have just learned since December is the greatest job in the world, and that is being a grandfather, and full-time at that. So, Mike, congratulations on the move, and thank you for what you've done for us. But thought about Chuck just a little bit. It's unfortunate that he's not here. I think if you take the number of years of service that Tom has and that Mike has and that I have, and you add them together, they don't equal what Chuck has done in the system combined. So it's a pretty amazing run, the things that he's done here. So congratulations to Chuck as well. Regents, thank you very much for the opportunity to serve this state and for the work that you do. I know how difficult your job is to be citizens and not be engaged every day in higher ed and then have to come in and wrestle with really weighty issues. The commitment that you make to the citizens of this state, the way that you handle it, the commitment you have made to understand these issues, to be able to vote effectively, to help guide the staff of the UW system, the chancellors, the provosts, and others is really remarkable, and I really appreciate that. So I want to say thank you to my colleagues on both sides of this room, UW System Administration staff. It's been a pleasure to work with you and to get to know you. It is a very different life working in a system than it is working on a campus. It's one I really enjoyed, and it's because of the people that work there and their commitment to making sure that higher education works in this state. The chancellors, I had an opportunity to work with them for a year as an interim chancellor, but then in this role I work with them quite closely as well in our administrative staff meetings, and extremely dedicated to making sure that their institutions run effectively, that they serve the students of this state, the people of their regions in a way that really helps everybody live a better life, not just find a good job, but live a better life. The provosts are a special group for me because it's a group I started with, and they're friends, they're colleagues. An awful lot of work gets done in this university system in their capable hands, and we really do owe them a great deal of thanks. There's a couple of other groups that I work with that I really have to thank too, and that's gotten to work with the senior student affairs officers, a group that we don't see around here very often. But like the provost, they run that other side of the university and are really in charge of those students when they're not in the classroom and they're out in the residence halls. They're interacting in student clubs, and another tremendous set of individuals really getting the job done for the UW system. But the group that I really want to say thank you to is the faculty and staff of the university system. They're the ones that meet the students every day, make sure that their needs are met, that they not only meet their educational goals, but they reach their professional goals and their personal life goals. Each one of my students, my kids have gone through this system, and every one of them will name somebody very special to them, somebody that made a difference, somebody that, had they not been there, they wouldn't have graduated. And one, it's Pat Zelmer, a biology advisor up at UW-Stevens Point, who took my daughter aside and said, this is what you need to do to be successful, to get through college, to be a success as a college student. Really made a difference to her. And out of that experience, it's one of the reasons that I wanted to come back to UW-Stevens Point and give back and help faculty if I can, help students if I can, but give back a little bit what the faculty and staff have given to my family, to me personally. So I'd like to ask you to do one thing to say thank you to me, to say thank you to these chancellors and the provosts. One of the things that I do when I'm out on campus is as I meet with students, I always ask them, who is it that's really made a difference? Who 5 years after you graduate is going to be the first person on this campus that you write a thank you note to? And they've always got great stories. And I know many of you are out on these campuses, especially the Regents, every day, not every day, but often. And as you meet with students, ask that question. Who is it on this campus has really made an impact on your life, and who will you send a thank you card to in 5 years? Get that person's name and send them a thank you card now. All right? It means the world to a young faculty member. It means the world to a young staff member. It means the world to someone like Pat Zelmer. To say, hey, someone's talking about me, and they told a Regent. To have a little bit of thank you come back is a wonderful thing to the faculty and staff. This has been a great last meeting for me. We've had the opportunity to congratulate some fine colleagues. We got to celebrate some fantastic faculty and celebrate all of our faculty by doing that. We also had a meeting where we talked, the biggest discussion we had today was around an education topic and not the budget. Yes! I realize how important the budget is, and it's central. But really what this institution is about is education and moving students from where they are as high school students, sometimes needing some remedial help, sometimes not, to becoming effective students, knowing how to progress through our university, getting a degree, and then knowing how to progress through life. So thank you for the opportunity to give back just a little bit to those people who meant so much to me, meant to my family, and thank you to all my colleagues for everything that you've done. Any of the accomplishments that got attached to my name are really because of everybody else that's around this system and the hard work that they do to get these things done and to treat our students the way they need to. So thank you very much.
I think we're whereased and therefore out. The draft calendar for the year 2015 meeting schedule is in your packets along with the resolution. May I have a motion to approve resolution 2? Is there a second? Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Next we have the annual election of officers. I've asked Regent Pruitt, our election commissioner, who is the immediate past president still serving on the board, to preside during the presidential election process. Regent Pruitt.
Thank you. Just a tribute to Regent President Falbo's considerable self-confidence that you passed the gavel over to me with the hope and understanding that you will be getting it back. And I promise you that your confidence will be justified. I will not be here long, Mr. President, because I will have one responsibility, and that is to ask and preside over the election of the president of the board. And I began that process by asking, is there a nomination for the office of president of the Board of Regents?
There is.
Mr. Regent Menendez.
Thank you, Regent. A year ago, I nominated Mike Falbo for the president of the Board of Regents position, and it's my honor to do that a second time. Last year, I listed what I believe were the traits that made Mike unique and someone that would do a good job in leading this board. And I think the last year we've seen that for once, I was right. And believe me, I'm not right very often. But I did think that Mike was going to do a great job, and he's done it. When we faced a situation such as President Riley stepping down and needing to come up with some way to quickly get a new president in place, Mike did that. He appointed the necessary committees and had a timetable set up in which resulted in a very quick selection of our new President Cross. Likewise, when several chancellors have retired recently, there was quick action by Mike. The appointments were set. The campus has responded, and we've got new people in place in almost all those positions except a couple. I think that that's just evidence of what Mike brings to the table, decisiveness, a good leader, and I think we should give him another year to continue his good work.
Thank you, Regent Menendez. Regent Michael J. Falbo has been nominated as President of the Board. Are there any other nominations? Is there any discussion on this topic? You sure? What?
Or did he second it?
You know, he did.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's been moved, seconded. Any further discussion? Any discussion of any point? If there are no further nominations, we will do this by voice vote, in which case I will ask all those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Regent Michael J. Falbo has been reelected President of the Board of Regents. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you all. Appreciate the vote of confidence. I will try and do my best. Where are we? Okay. Election of Vice President. Is there a nomination for the office of Vice President of the Board? Mr. Higgins.
Regent President Falbo, I nominate Regina Milner for re-election as Vice President of the UW System Board of Regents. About a year ago, when it became so obvious that our extraordinary efforts were needed to improve the system's relations with legislators and the Wisconsin community, you, President Falbo, and Vice President Milner embarked on an odyssey of individual contacts and committee meetings that were the beginning of a healing process that continues even today. Regina has been a full partner in crafting and executing the strategy that has resulted in marked improvement in our collaboration with legislative leadership based on improvements in system transparency and accountability. She has also been a tireless inclusion machine, reaching out regularly to other regions to keep us informed, solicit advice, and provide encouragement, and often dinner. I believe that the board will send a positive message to system stakeholders by affirming the efforts we have made and the direction we have taken since last June by re-electing the Falbo-Milner leadership team.
Second. Any discussion, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations. Elections of other officers of the board. We can do these together. Incumbents for these offices are Jane Redoux, that's an old one. Executive Corporate Secretary of the Board. Jessica Lathrop, Assistant Secretary. Steve Wildeck, Trust Officer. Tom Stafford, Assistant Trust Officer. And Doug Herr, Assistant Trust Officer. Is there a nomination to elect these officers?
So moved.
Is there? Second. Are there any further nominations? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I will ask Regent Peterson to read the resolution of appreciation to UW-Milwaukee for hosting the June meeting.
Thank you, President Falbo. We do have a couple more whereases to go. Just a couple of comments. You know, as we heard from Regent Landis earlier today, you don't say thank you often enough, and I thought that was very wise advice from one of our youngest members. Lynn Wilk from UWM and her team have put together a really terrific board meeting. It's never easy to do that as we descend on a campus, but they've done this very often and deserve our respect. Likewise, Jane and Jess, the entire UW system staff, it's tough to move a board meeting across town or across the state, but you've made it very, very seamless for us, so thank you. To our new regents, I would point out what a remarkable first meeting for you to participate in. Mark Nook did a terrific job encapsulating all of the items that we talked about, and he finished by saying education was one of the most important, and I think it certainly was. You think about the content of the conversations, they're so rich when you're on a campus. The discussion, so profound, and the results that we generate, so rewarding. When you think about UWM's campus, and I'll read the resolution momentarily, the common theme was innovation, whether it be water resources, undergrad or graduate research, or Shay's new hand, and we do need those tissues at times. UWM is having tremendous impacts on our most important city in the state. As John Drew remarked at the close of his comments, the UW system is a priceless resource for the state, and I think this meeting demonstrated that UWM is precisely that destination at the local level. So at this time, I'd like to read the resolution of thanks. Whereas the Board of Regents is pleased to recognize the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee as the official host campus for the board's annual meeting in June, and whereas the board is grateful for the generous hospitality extended this month by Interim Chancellor Mark Money and the entire UW-Milwaukee community, and we all drew inspiration from Thursday evening's open house at the Innovation Accelerator building on the Innovation campus, and whereas the board appreciated hearing Interim Chancellor Money's comprehensive, forward-looking presentation on moving forward together, strategic directions for UWM, which builds on the strengths the university has partnered with by former Chancellor Michael Lovell and all of his efforts. Whereas the Education Committee heard from Interim Vice Provost for Research Mark Harris and Provost Johan Britz, who described how the research agenda at UW-Milwaukee has helped shape its strategic plan that was completed just this last month. And whereas the Research, Economic Development, and Innovation Committee members were impressed by UWM's numerous initiatives in the area of economic development and business collaboration and are pleased with the progress related to the university's economic development incentive grants. And whereas the Capital Planning and Budget Committee heard a thought-provoking presentation on how UWM is engaged in building top-tier research university right here in Milwaukee. Whereas the board was delighted this morning to meet one of Milwaukee's stellar students, Olivia Collins, during the series, our second series, on a student spotlight. So therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Regents hereby thank UW-Milwaukee for this month's informative presentations, its forward-looking spirit, and its many continued contributions to the UW system and the state of Wisconsin. At this time, let's share our appreciation to UWM for their informative presentations and for being such gracious hosts.
Thank you, Drew, and thank you, Mark, and all your people. Communications, petitions, and memorials. I think Chuck and Margaret have something they wanted to say.
Mr. President, I just wanted to note that on May 10th, former Governor Patrick Lucy passed away at the age of 96. It is no overstatement to say that it is because of Patrick Lucy that we are sitting here today overseeing a single unified University of Wisconsin system. 43 years ago, Pat Lucy had the vision to propose and then fight a fierce battle in this state that culminated on October 8th, 1971 with the creation of this system. And when he signed the legislation, I remember he heralded it as a new era in the education of Wisconsin's young people. And 43 years later, I think any of us would be hard-pressed to say that Pat Lucey got it wrong. And we are here because of him, and I wanted to both acknowledge our debt to him and acknowledge his passing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just mentioned to Mike earlier, this is a day we shouldn't forget, and I agree with everything you said, Chuck, about Pat Lucey. He left many legacies, and this is one of the big ones. But I also today want us not to overlook the fact that it's the 70th anniversary of D-Day. If our history professor was still here from Green Bay, I'd want to ask if he's really, it sounds in what I've heard, he's really teaching kids about World War II. I fear many aren't getting that history. I fear we could go out on the street right now and say D-Day, and maybe some wouldn't even know what it is. And I don't mean just the young people, that in-between age. So I guess I just wanted to mention, because we have veterans in our system and on our board and everywhere else, and certainly they didn't fight the battles that were horrendously faced on this day 70 years ago. But I just think we ought to have a moment of silence in honor of all of those and everyone else who's fallen, making sure we could sit here free and doing what we're doing as a country.
Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. We will stand adjourned. Regents, please make your way to the end of the hall as promptly as possible for the Regent photo. And after the photo, lunches will be available next door to this room. Thank you. Have a great weekend.